And I also welcome you from Kitgum, where we had gone for national celebrations. I also welcome you from State House, where we held the national prayer breakfast. I have advised Honorable Bahati next time to do the theme very cautiously, because the word repent scared most of you. You took off, you never. Some of you told me you don't have any sins to repent. Others told me you are still accumulating sins. But our able group, led by the Honorable Bahati, Honorable Senu, Sembabure, Honorable Mary Gumisa, Honorable Edakas, Honorable Cecile Guerra, and the rest, prayed for you. So, and I made a declaration, and I repented on your behalf. I hope the eyes have it. I hope the eyes have it. But Honorable colleagues, on a very sad note, we lost the Undersecretary, Minister of East African Affairs, Mr. Collins Dombo, a brother to our colleague, Emmanuel Dombo. And Collins welcomed me as a government chief whip for me to first hold a government position of that magnitude in the executive. It is Collins Dombo, the late, who welcomed me as he was acting permanent secretary, office of the Prime Minister. He was an amiable gentleman. I think last year, that's when we went to bury their mother. I went there personally. We had developed a personal relationship, but above all, he's someone who has served this government diligently. He's been hardworking, and I think it is in very good order for us to observe a minute of silence.
May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Condolences to the family, to the Honorable Emmanuel Dombo and the people of Butareja, to the Right Honorable Kadaga, who is the Minister for East African Affairs and staff at the Ministry for East African Affairs. Matters of national importance. Yes, the Honorable Manga Chivumbi, who is acting ROP.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, I thank you for this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm standing in for 2 hours for the leader of opposition, Honorable Matthias Mpuga. Right Honorable Speaker, as we are gathered here in this August House and on this good day, for the last couple of days, and as we were celebrating our independence yesterday, outside, the very notions of our independence are being grossly abused and challenged. We are expected to come here with decorum and maybe debate the horribility of what the police forces are doing. The other day, the leader of the National Unity Platform, Honorable Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, you are aware, was kidnapped from a plane and driven to his home. Yesterday, the offices of the National Unity Platform were not only sealed off, national leaders arrested, from a Secretary General to a spokesperson, and so many hundreds of our youth who are innocent because they love their country are being held in custody without even the due course of the law. Right Honorable Speaker, we've had a date with destiny. We have always chosen a path of constitutionalism and the rule of law. When we had challenges with the Police Act, Section 32, subsection E, and remember, you and me by that time were in popular resistance, we felt a level of discomfort. We went to the Constitutional Court, and the Constitutional Court overturned that provision, as unconstitutional, giving powers of police to prohibit. Right Honorable Speaker, the government came here and made a Public Order Management Act, trying to restate to police the powers that they enjoyed in the in the other Political Organizations Act. Still, me and a group of other civil society went to the Constitutional Court and overturned that provision. As we speak now, all that the police can quote is anything, just resolution they make without any recourse to any provision of the law. It's becoming increasingly difficult for us, Honorable Speaker,
Yes.
to sit in this house with the due respect to the decorum that is required to this house, when outside there, the behavior, the mentality, the abuse of the rights, every member of parliament is on oath to protect, uphold, and defend the Constitution. The Constitution gives us these rights. So it is extremely difficult for me to act as the law, sit down with these honorable colleagues as if it is business as usual. You want to give information.
But honorable colleagues, even LOP has a time limit. Okay, I don't want my generosity to be.
Speaker, the information I want to provide my boss is that over and above the constitutional pronouncements, the Constitutional Court's pronouncements, this Parliament did pass a law called the Law Revision Miscellaneous Amendment Act, with the effect of ensuring that all the restrictive provisions under POMA and the Police Act are dropped from our law books. So as we speak now, the police has no legal justification to stop any political party or any person from conducting business the way they want. This and it's about 2 months ago. So even this parliament has made a pronouncement on that matter. So the information I wanted to give my boss is that actually, not only did the court pronounce itself on the matter, but even this parliament has done the same pronouncement.
Honorable Speaker, it becomes difficult for me to sit here as an acting law and lead this side into this house without a very clear explanation from the other side, from the minister concerned, about what is taking place, because they are acting outside the law. And this house is about respecting the law. So until we receive that explanation, I'll be very hesitant to sit with the honorable colleagues on this side and be in this house with the decorum that it is required. Therefore, our suggestions are two. We receive an immediate explanation from government of their actions and accountability. Or, Right Honorable Speaker, I will lead these honorable members outside this chamber.
Thank you. You know, honorable colleagues, this house is a platform you have to express your views. As a leader of opposition, to reach that level, okay, to reach that level, and most of this I even got from you, my colleague, when I saw how you are handling issues. This is a level you reach on after even interacting with the presiding officer. You don't ambush the presiding officer that way on the floor, because you know how we usually do it. If you come to the presiding officer and you raise such issues, then I call the minister responsible, and anyway, we have independence. Okay? Let's celebrate that way, either by agreeing or disagreeing. But I'm giving you my style of doing things and the practice, how it has been. Today I've been in office from 8 a.m. I haven't received any. I have received a few issues from the leader of opposition. For example, I was informed, Honorable Chivumbe, you're coming in. Okay? And usually my question is, are there issues we need to consult over? It's consulting. Consulting does not stop you from continuing and doing what you want to do. So, Honorable, I would urge that You've raised your case. We give the minister time. He brings the statement explaining, and then we'll be able to handle the matter. I don't know what you think about this, Honorable Korik.
Right Honorable Speaker, the issues I'm raising are pertinent and they've been in the knowledge of everyone in this country. Either we receive a statement from the minister now, or I read my troops outside this chamber.
Thank you.
That is our stand, and you can do
Okay.
nothing.
Okay. Now, colleagues, Honorable colleagues, when we are in this house, members are usually walking in and out freely. No one asks me permission. No one has given me warning that I'm walking out. So whoever is comfortable to sit and handle business should continue and handle business. Whoever is uncomfortable, otherwise I've made my request. So yeah, those who are uncomfortable can move, and we have Thank you. Order. Order, honorable colleagues. Thank you. Colleagues, today we have free sitting. So don't squeeze yourselves. Just sit comfortably. Yeah. Matters of national importance, Honorable Clay Mugumya. Thank you. Order, honorable colleagues.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to share with the House the problems we encountered a few days back when we were hit by heavy rains, thunderstorms, and strong winds. A number of households were affected, Right Honourable Speaker. Up to the tune of 18 households, they were run down and torn down by the strong winds and heavy rains in the parishes of Kagaga, Kabale in Ngarama Sub-County, and Burungamu Parish also in Ngarama Sub-County. Then we also have a number of villages that were affected. That is Kasharara, Chikoma, and Chabahesi, and Bahiji, plus Keminazi, all in Mbale Sub-County. About two churches were also run down, Kagaga Catholic Church and the Catechist's house at the same place, then Kagaga Pentecostal Church, and then Burungamo Pentecostal Church. Also, Right Honourable Speaker, a number of gardens were severely destroyed by the massive rains, rendering people in the...
Honourable.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. In the light of the above devastation, I beg to beseech the Office of the Prime Minister to come to the aid of these people by providing the following emergency supplies. Number one, iron sheets and other building materials to facilitate reconstruction of the damaged and lost houses. Supply of fast maturing seeds and seedlings for persons whose gardens were severely destroyed. Food rations and other domestic supplies, if they can be available, to support those households that are now running without food. Then lastly, we have a number of roads that were cut off because originally even the roads were not nice, the network was not good, so we request for culverts to support reconstruction of those damaged community roads, most especially in Chakavindi village. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I beg to submit.
Government.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I'm standing here to commit myself to deliver this message, knowing that it's a disaster that government has to handle. The Right Honourable Prime Minister is going to mobilize the other sectors so that we come in and rescue the people.
Thank you. Rosa Akero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on a very urgent matter of national importance regarding a very glaring headline.
Can we have our screens on? I see our visitors are struggling to see who is speaking. Go on, Honorable.
Yeah, a very glaring and scaring headline today in the Daily Monitor, which says that girls to get birth control from age 15 in the NEO plan. This means we are reversing the age downwards from 18. We are not scared of the effects the contraceptives will have on these young girls. We are no longer scared of the HIV infection. My prayer is, where is that plan coming from? Have you done a study to find out the implication of contraceptives on young girls who have not given birth? Even me who has given birth, I fear those things. What about young girls?
Thank you.
Yes, I fear and I don't use them.
Yeah.
I use natural method, the one God gave me.
Thank you.
Yes. Can you assure us? Yes, there are many, and you know it. I'm not going to tell you. Can you assure us that our children are safe with this policy that you are coming up with?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Honourable Minister for Harris. Yeah. Honourable Minister for Harris. I saw the headline. It really scared me, to be honest. So I want first confirm whether it's true what the Monitor has reported.
Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity and thank the MP who has asked for this question. Right Honourable Speaker, today I called the Director, Curative Services in the Ministry of Health, and we discussed it. He said he was suggesting, and then the Monitor wrote as if it was already a policy. He was suggesting, just listen, that we have so many teenage pregnancies. Everybody who is sleeping with these girls knows that they are young and he's defiling them, right? They are being married off to 65-year-old men. You know that in our societies. So he suggested that should we lower the age for family planning to 15, but he was like asking the audience, what do you think? He is a medical doctor. He has seen he weighed actually the options. Let the children get pregnant, die at birth, while giving birth. Or let them take family planning if we can't avoid it.
So
because it is in the society.
So Honourable Minister, you are confirming that it's not yet an approved policy?
It's not approved at all.
Thank you.
He just gave a suggestion.
Thank you.
you.
Thank you. Honourable colleagues, please. I need order. I need order. Now, honourable colleagues, our prayer is that the devil doesn't find a way, and such as thoughts should never even come into minds of our people, because it's giving up. That's formalizing defilement. That's clearly saying we have failed, therefore these people had failed. We should even know, because we would now know the recipients, okay, who would be using those substances. So I really pray, Honourable Minister, that we would rather strengthen the monitoring and ensuring we fight this vice than legitimizing it by giving such a services. Yeah. And I'm glad it's not yet a policy. Colleagues, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have students from the Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation, Chambogo University, which is represented by the Honourable Joel Senyonyi and Honourable Marende Shamim. They've come to observe proceedings of this plenary. Please join me in welcoming the students. Thank you. In the public gallery this afternoon, we have students and teachers of Hope Senior School in PG District. They are represented by Honourable Chiyaga Hirari and Honourable Namboze Teddy. They've come to observe proceedings of the House. Please join me in welcoming them. Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming. Also, we have pupils and teachers of Green Hill Academy, Kiburi, who won the Mathematics National Champions 2023. They are represented by Honorable Shamim Marende and Honorable Nyeko Derek. They've come to observe proceedings of this House, and they brought very many gifts for the Speaker and Deputy Speaker. Please join me in welcoming them. Yeah, thank you. Honorable Tanya Sowed.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I had come to your office and you had advised me otherwise. Otherwise, I don't know whether you are giving me
Honorable
permission to go
Macho. You know, we still have honest people. You know, politician, once they get a microphone, they say he changed his mind and gone. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, sir, last week was a sad week for the business community in Uganda and Busia in particular, that Kenya stopped the import of cereals, in particular maize and wheat, from Uganda. I call it a sad week because Kenyans, our brothers, have kept shifting goals. They started by first banning the export of milk. They went to poultry and poultry products. They have now gone back to maize. Moreover, Uganda, the government, has just given people a lot of money of PDM, and everybody is involved in farming. Mr. Speaker, I have a prayer that since our brothers, the Kenyans, are shifting goals all the time with the aim of punishing us, not promoting the spirit of East Africa Federation. Number one, we also pay back the same way by banning the Kenyan agro imports that we are importing from their country so that they feel the pitch. Because as we talk now, Kenyan companies that signed contracts with Ugandan farmers to take the maize have cancelled the contracts. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, I pray that the Minister of Trade should come and tell the Parliament of Uganda, why does Kenya government shift goals all the time? All the time. They shifted from raw cane to sugar, to milk, to eggs, and now they have gone to maize. Moreover, they know Uganda has just given money of PDM and everybody has bought the maize seeds and planted. Lastly, the Minister of East African Affairs should come to this August House and tell us the trade agreements that Kenya made with Uganda. Because my people of Busia and other borders don't know which agreements we made with our partner countries. Kenya wakes up and bans an export. Sudan wakes up and bans. Rwanda, as if it is not part of East Africa.
Thank you.
And Mr. Speaker, I therefore want to lay a daily monitor of October 9th that wrote that Kenya has banned importation of maize and wheat to its country information.
Yeah. Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for the first
No, please.
time,
Honorable Minister.
I beg to lay.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Member of Parliament, Macho, who has raised this very important issue. Indeed, it is a very pertinent issue because we have protocols, agreements under the East African Protocols Customs Union that we agreed to trade with the East African community. However, Kenya is a sovereign state and Uganda is also a sovereign state. We have the challenge that we have with our neighbors is that almost the climate is the same. we produce almost the same things in the same weather. So when there is a bumper harvest to our neighbors, they sometimes tend to first finish off what they have produced, like any other country could do. However, the solutions, I'm giving you a solution. I'm giving you a solution.
Please,
ministers are supposed to give solutions.
Honorable Minister.
Yes.
Honorable Minister.
The Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperative.
Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable.
When you're here, you address the Speaker.
Okay.
So if you don't want to give clarification, you don't even hear. You just close your ears.
Okay.
It's your prerogative.
Most obliged. Right, Honorable Speaker, the information that I have, the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperative has gone beyond the East African community in search of markets. For issues like milk, issues like beef, issues like eggs, things that were being blocked on by the East African community, now we are using them to negotiate markets together outside the East African market.
Honorable Minister, the Honorable colleague has raised concerns of his
It's a very, very important matter.
What you should be doing, what you should assure the Honorable colleague, okay, and reassure the constituents, is that you're going to handle this matter, you're going to follow up as the person in charge of the docket. Then if necessary, you come back and you update us here. Honorable. I think it would be, so I would need, no, let the minister finish. But now you honorable colleagues, you've remained alone, you've become more stubborn. What if we had the other side also? So honorable minister first.
Thank you so much. I've taken the guidance and I'm going to build on the information already had in the ministry to come up with the communication to this parliament.
Report back to this house on Tuesday next week. Yes. Honorable Chemonges, William.
Mr. Speaker, I raise on the matter of national importance concerning the matter that I've been raising since 2021, May, when I came to this parliament. Mr. Speaker, I have always raised the issue of consistent conflicts within the Mount Elgon National Park, and that's in Kwen and the entire Sabay region. Mr. Speaker, 3 months ago, I stood in this house when the war officers had gone and started breaking the houses of people who are living along the boundaries of the national park. And Mr. Speaker, I put it clear that those people are not encroachers. Those people were not trespassers. Those are people that the government left them there to wait for resettlement, because there were people who used to stay deep in the forest. But when the forest was turned into a national park, people were brought from deep the forest where they were to the boundary. Mr. Speaker, as we talk now, I have almost 40 people, families, whose houses were broken down, maize were cut down, iris were cut down, and when I raised it in this house, Mr. Speaker, you instructed the Prime Minister to handle that matter. The Prime Minister, the Third Deputy Prime Minister, wrote a letter to Minister of Tourism, instructing them to act on the matter. And that letter was also copied to to Uganda Wildlife Authority. And
Prayers,
Mr.
Honorable. Prayers. You're taking.
My prayer, Mr. Speaker, is that the government should give us their comprehensive statement on what they intend to do with these people who have been staying on temporal settlement for almost 30 years now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, Honorable Minister for Tourism, this issue, really, it has been a very difficult issue for people of Sebei and Bugisu. It has affected them so much. Personally, I was invited some time back when I told you I survived the Imbaru. They had even decided to do Imbaru on me. Yes. Honorable John Face, doctor, and I met the people on Mount Wanari, and we moved around. And you see, when you go through the boundaries, which UA is insisting on, even in Mbare City, you'll find it's a national park. So, but in Uganda, we have a situation where we don't want to live in reality. You want to hold on to something on paper when physically you can never. The reality is different, because I went there, I moved. If you are to go with the boundaries of 1964, I think 64, yes, you even in Mbare, where it is now, is a national park. So you would say, oh, the whole town go away, and we have our national park here. Is it feasible? So why are you holding on to something which you know is not feasible? And people gave you an alternative by saying go with the boundaries, I think, of 1993. Yes, with the boundaries of 1993. And then we protect the park where it is. When you rejected that, now people started even encroaching. When you go, they are going to demand a boundary of 2023. Yes, because they told you, go with the boundaries of 1993, then we protect, we ensure our communities don't go beyond here. You couldn't even take an offer. Honourable Minister, meet the MPs of the area, Sebei and Bugisu, over this issue. On Wednesday, bring a comprehensive statement. We go through it. Okay? No, let's wait for a statement. Listen, we shall add it on Wednesday, because when a statement comes, we usually debate. Okay? I just wanted it. No, Wednesday next week. Yeah, but hold the meeting. Not you just going to and you. No, hold the meeting with the leaders on ground. Meet the people on the ground and get the real situation and come and give us reality.
Much obliged, Right Honourable Speaker. And I think we're in Sebei as well for some time with the MPs. But let me go by your guidance so we can be on Wednesday. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable. Honourable Mutebi Noah.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I raise on a matter of national importance. Right Honourable Speaker, on 25th September 2023 at 9:30 p.m., unknown assailants murdered 3 people in my constituency by names of Mutimba Julius, his wife by names of Nakaima Reste, and their daughter of 6 months. These assailants used swords when these people were coming from a place called Narubobia, from their clinic, and there go back to their residence in Bamgode where they used to stay. Right Honourable Speaker, Nakaima Immaculate was the woman councillor for Bamgode Parish, and she was the Secretary for Education and Health for Kalongo Sub-County. Right Honourable Speaker, police arrested one suspect, and they have that suspect in the custody in Nakasongola Police Station. But however, the suspect has not been taken to court since 26 September 2023. Prayers, Right Honourable Speaker. Police should investigate and arrest the remaining assailants and be brought to book. Right Honourable Speaker, the Minister of Internal Affairs should put police posts in strategic areas. For example, Right Honourable Speaker, when you go to Bamgolde Trading Center, it is equivalent to some town councils. It is a big town without police. Right Honourable Speaker, there are also some other outlets which these assailants are using, but also the thieves. There is one called the Karire, there was a police post, they removed it. There was another one at Karunji, was removed, but there's also Seziba Bridge, which is connecting Nakasongola to Kayunga. That place is not secure. We need a police post. Right Honourable Speaker, police should also, the Minister of Internal Affairs, should increase manpower. You go to a police post and find 3 policemen with 3 guns. There's a problem. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to encourage the Minister of Internal Affairs to take it up and add manpower.
Thank you.
I beg to submit. I thank you.
Government.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. The Minister in charge is not in the House. I undertake to deliver the message to him, Right Honourable.
Thank you. This is a matter which should be taken up seriously for action. For action, it's a matter which you don't need to come back here, what people need on the ground. So encourage him to send a team on the ground and address the concerns, Honourable Minister. Honourable Nyachkongoro.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving the opportunity to raise this matter concerning Nyakambu Bridge, which is on the verge of collapsing. It serves various districts, and there is a lot of traffic that carry economic goods along that place. UNRA, in its usual maintenance way, cannot manage that bridge because they had hoped that with the long-awaited upgrading of Wizwera, Nyakambu, Nsika, with the Spatu Shema Kabwe, it would work on that bridge. Now, during these rains, people find it difficult to pass there. Actually, it is going to kill many lives that get tempted to pass there. It is equally becoming very expensive. If you are crossing to Ibanda, to Kashari Mbarara, people have to pass through Kabwohe Mbarara Road and then Ibanda Road, which is costly. Right Honourable Speaker, the Prime Minister met with the Ankole Group members of Parliament and told them that that road was a priority road. That was March this year, and that it is going to be among the very first roads that were going to be worked on. 2, UNRA committed itself in 2021 that it is a priority road. Right Honourable Speaker, among the roads that were in the newspapers recently, it's not there. My prayers. Right Honourable Speaker, it is a presidential pledge and they said it is a priority road. Right Honourable Speaker.
Whom are you responding to, Honourable?
Right Honourable Speaker, my brother is disorganizing me. My prayers. 1, that government works on Nyakambu Bridge urgently to avoid loss of lives and properties. Number 2, that UNRA allows people to use their land for economic gain, for that land that was demarcated, because they told them not to use it, and they had done evaluation and everything. Now people are crying. Number 3, that the Prime Minister gives us a message to take back to the people of Shema and Greater Ankole at large on the commencement of that road. Because when she met with us, we went back with excitement and told people that the road is going to be worked on. Now they are asking us, and we don't have no answer to tell them. Thank you, Right Honourable.
Now, Honourable Nankaura, Acting Chief Whip, please arrange a meeting for Minister of Works with the MPs from the affected area. But colleagues, you remember I told you the Minister is supposed to bring, I think next week, a statement on the preparedness of handling emergencies in the road networks. So we shall discuss in detail.
Right Honourable Speaker, the Minister of Works is hereby directed to make sure that he organizes this meeting, goes on the ground, such that when he comes to give a statement, he will also inform the country about the preparations to save the people if this bridge is worked on. And UNRA is equally directed to make sure that the people use the land.
Thank you.
The Prime Minister will be informed by myself that the people are waiting for her statement regarding the same.
Thank you. Now, I was waiting for the part of failure to do so. Honorable Godfrey Odero.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I raise up on the matter of national importance regarding the fishing community in Busia, in Majanji sub-county. On the 17th of September 2023, Right Honorable Speaker, the Kenyan fishermen crossed over Ugandan land and took off with the 14 boats and an engine. And this has raised a lot of tension between the two communities, the Kenyan community and the Ugandan community. Right Honorable Speaker, as a leader, I have tried to intervene by involving both leaders from both sides, the Kenyan side and the Ugandan side. And we agreed unanimously that the boats and the engine which was taken to Kenya forcefully must be returned. Because these people, they came at night, at 2 a.m. at night, when the Ugandan fishermen had gone to sleep. They took over our properties. So at the end of the day, these properties has been destroyed.
So, Honorable, you've already solved the problem.
Not
so
yet,
what are
right,
the prayers?
Right, Honorable Speaker, my prayers. The Kenyan fishermen should be stopped from crossing over to Ugandan land to take out our fishing gears. 2, Kenyan fishermen who do not possess fishing license as per the law should not be allowed to cross to Ugandan waters. 3, the Ugandan boats and engine which was taken over by the Kenyan thieves should be returned with immediate effect. Failure to do that, Right Honorable Speaker, we are going to reiterate, because as a community we have lost for 4 weeks without carrying out any economic activity. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Koriga, I would advise you not to put a heavy burden on your head for nothing. People might go do things and then someone say, these were mobilized by Honorable Dero because he declared on the floor that you are going to retaliate. Here we follow order, okay? And retaliation is not part of the order. So next time, Honorable, you can use a much more humble language that can help you to deliver the point. Seriously. Honorable Minister for Fisheries.
Right Honorable Speaker, it's unfortunate that that incident happened, and it has always happened. As we are aware, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania shares the waters of Lake Victoria, and the matter came to my knowledge, and I directed the Commander Fisheries Protection Unit to handle the matter with the Kenyan security. He has not yet brought any report, and I want to pledge to follow it up and come back and give a feedback to the Honorable Member.
Order, Macho.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, you can take a seat.
Mr. Speaker, in the last Parliament, we had the same issues. Comes to the 11th Parliament, Mr. Speaker and my colleagues, we again have the same issues. Is the Honorable Minister really in order to delegate a commander to handle issues that she once had and she's hearing now? Moreover, she has never stepped even on the waters of Busia, where these problems are happening. Is the minister in order to talk? And she has never even stepped at Sigulu. She has never stepped at Dolwe. And even in Nekuku, is the minister in order to talk about these issues?
Thank you. Now, Honorable, in law we have a very simple principle that usually applies to situations like these ones. That he who comes for Equity comes with green hands. Now, I have a situation. Free sitting is not free roaming. Huh? You were just a minute ago you were seated here. Now in a minute I see you standing that side. So where? You keep smuggling yourself this side, then no, the Honourable Minister, thank you. We've taken note. Please follow up on the matter so that we can help people. Next item.
Item 3, statements by ministers on 1, the commemoration of International Youth Day.
Honourable Minister for Youth. Colleagues, this statement was presented. So what we are left with was the debate of the statement. Okay? Yeah. So debate starts now. Honorable Sirwani, Honorable Augon, Honorable Komakech, Honorable Repair. Oh, but before, yes. Yeah, I had forgotten Honorable Repair has a very, very urgent matter. And Honorable Timothy go, and I stop at that. But I will start with a Repair. Let me allow you to raise your matter, which you brought to my attention. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise on a matter of national importance, very urgent one, and it is a very serious, dire security situation in my constituency, particularly in a sub-county called Kawach, and in a parish called Kaiku, where for the past 1 week, there have been incursions by Pokots and Kadam of Mount Kadam, and they have killed actually 1 person and injured 3 others. The injuries just happened last night, and as we speak now, people are getting displaced. They have actually moved away from their settlements to the nearby communities so that they can get settled. As we speak, about 200 households have been displaced this morning. And while I was still here, I got a WhatsApp message, and someone said, Honorable Moses, what are you doing? People are being killed. Now, what I'm saying is, I have stood on the floor of this house for the past 9 months, and this has been the issue that I've been raising. And the last time we talked about bombs in this house, I particularly said that I think let's treat security as a matter of security equally with equity across this country. That particular time, it is because many people raised the issues about bombs and the whole country was abuzz. But now we have lost people, and we have been losing people in Chekwi. We have been losing people in Akapipit. We have been losing people in Karamoja. And we are always told to wait. And that's why I asked that particular time, how many more do you want to die? Do you want members of parliament to come and die so that you can take action?
Thank you.
What is really happening? My prayer is, and I've always prayed, that let actually the institutions of government charged with security, muzzle themselves and go and assess the situation, because it can bring a lasting solution to this particular problem. So, for those ones who are displaced.
I thought you had finished because you have already done your prayers.
Yeah,
when you finish with the prayers, you stop there.
It was just the second prayer. Yeah, since people are displaced, it goes without mentioning, definitely they will need some remedies from the ministry, the office of the Prime Minister. That was my second prayer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Right Honourable Speaker, it's unfortunate that we still experience incursions of bad people and we end up lose lives. Right Honourable Speaker, I participated in the disarmament of Karamoja for 8 years. And this government has really tried to make sure that Karamoja gets total peace. Recently, the president had to change leadership of UPDF in Karamoja. And there was peace installed. And I shared with some of our colleagues in Karamoja, and they were happy. I happened to attend meetings, security meetings. So I would like to use this opportunity to inform this August House that government always tries. We did not choose the neighbors that we have. when government tries to maintain peace on this side, unfortunately, our neighbors on the other side do not do the same. From Kenya, they choose to move with guns in Uganda, looking for pasture and water. I want to assure this government, this August House, that I will deliver this message, and I hope that we shall follow up the culprits, and then we will see total peace. Regarding relief, I undertake to inform my boss, the Right Honourable Prime Minister, to look in her stores and see to it that we come to the rescue of the people. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Serwanye. Thank you, colleagues. Now we are having a debate.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Commemoration of International Youth Day, and the members I've picked are enough.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister who presented the statement on the International Youth Day.
2 minutes.
And I want to congratulate His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda on this very important day. Right Honorable Speaker, 3 days ago, I attended a graduation at Kololo of 16,797 young people. These young people graduated in areas of welding, tailoring, basically vocational skills. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a type of graduation that had never seen take place in this country. If we gear and give jobs to young people and do such trainings, then we shall get young people moving very well as we commemorate the International Youth Day. Right Honorable Speaker, the question I want to ask the Minister, this good program, how are we going to roll it out throughout the country? Eastern Uganda, because now we are only the graduates basically that we attended in Kololo are coming from the area of Kampala Metropolitan. When are we rolling out this good program of the President to different areas to reach up to as far as Terego? I always see my sister from Terego here saying she's the most rural representative. When is the program reaching that area? Northern Uganda, Eastern Uganda, Western, far in the other parts of the country, Right Honorable Speaker? That is the question I want the Minister to answer. Otherwise, I want to congratulate the President. I want to thank this government for starting to take care of young people. I think it is something that if we all embrace, as Parliament and the Executive does more and our young people have jobs, there will be stability and the country will move very perfectly well. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. And I think for the record, the Honorable MP from Terego represents a rural area, but she's not rural. Okay?
Actually, Right Honorable Speaker, I didn't say she's rural. She represents the most rural.
You said the rural representative.
I withdraw that one of being a rural representative, but representing the most rural area.
Thank you. Yes, I have already picked the colleagues to speak, please. Then I will allow you MPs.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, first and foremost, I want to thank this government for recognizing the youth as an important factor in the development of the country. It is well known for any country to develop, the youths who range from 18 to 35 years play a very monumental role, and this country is taking on that. However, Right Honorable Speaker, there is much more to be done than doing the passive part of it. In Northern Uganda, Right Honorable Speaker, we are faced with the problem of youths who suffered the LRA insurgents. They are locally known as the Agu Boys. Leaving alone the Agu Boys in central Uganda, years back, central Uganda was bombarded with the Chifesi Boys. The Agu Boys are a replica of the Chifesi Boys. Just that the Agu Boys have more of military training in them. Some of them were former child soldiers. Honorable Minister, these boys have been left to survive on their own. What they do, they go around stealing, doing petty jobs that has endangered their lives. They're a threat to the community, and the community are also a threat to them. Why can't this government come up and set up rehabilitation centers that can equip these boys? Before they equip them, they first demilitarize them from the actions that they went through, and then they train them. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, why are we always dividing the masses? This same parliament gave 5 million. The Honorable Minister did that when they were celebrating Women's Day. Women in every district got 5 million for their celebration. The ones who did not...
Thank you. So, thank you. Honorable Cyrus, the Minister will clarify. I think what was important is, why haven't we given the youth? Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it's very, very important that we celebrate the youth. And it's very sweet to be a youth. But there are questions that we have as a country to answer. For instance, those who graduate, a majority do not get an opportunity to get a job. How are we balancing between regions? I'm saying so because I'm aware about it. These days, it is not easy for you to get a job if you do not have somebody to connect you directly. Yes. It seems there are certain people who are blessed already, even before they go to level 1 or year 1, semester 1 of university, they are assured of employment. But there are many out there who do not have that opportunity. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the question is, what is government doing to cover this gap? The acting Prime Minister, what are you going to do? That's a big question for you. Number 2, Right Honorable Speaker, there is an issue. The graduates have not been prepared for the job market properly. When are we passing the graduate scheme, the graduate service scheme bill? When are we passing it? Because the responsibility of this house, we cannot sit down, get salary, and do nothing about this. We are talking about the startups bill. What are we going to do about it? Recently, I sat in my constituency and I discovered within one ward, there were 14 graduates. 3 of them lawyers by training, but no jobs. Right Honorable Speaker, where am I going to take these people? Well, I think one time I'm going to bring them to your office first. Then we start to get, what is it that we are going to do? Because it is amazingly bad. What are we going to do? Let me take that information because there's a persistent demand.
No, since you've switched off, we don't take it. Because...
Honorable Speaker, it is vital information.
First, listen, I help you. Information is within your time. You don't switch off. The moment you switch off, you've switched off a member. You've rejected the request for information. Yeah, but let me allow the member, since she had already crossed over.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the chance. The information I wanted to give the House is regarding this skilling, the presidential initiative. I'm of the view that we could do better. It should be institutionalized to create equity and fairness. For example, we have technical schools in constituencies run by government, but they are poorly facilitated. In my constituency, we have a community technical school called Nagwere. I did present information here in the 10th Parliament that this technical school has heavy equipment that has been lying idle for lack of a 3-phase electricity.
No. Honorable Mede is submitting on her own. You finish your time, Honorable Saidi.
Then for lack of trained teachers, trained technical instructors, if this scaling is taken to the community, it will create more opportunity. The presidential initiative where we have a facility in Kibuku, for example, in Butebo, only took in 7 seven kids in the community. Let me call them 7 persons. How will this translate into meaningful employment of the youth of the district? Thank you. That's the information I wanted.
Honorable Nen. Honorable colleagues, we have very many statements, so I'll be jumping. Some of you contribute on others. We have many statements today. So I want to use them, please.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. As we celebrated the International Youth Day, the norm has been, last year and this year, the International Youth Day celebration in this country does not take place on the day that's supposed to take place. One of the reasons is because of the budgetary issues. The question is, why can't we have budget for this very essential activity, for the essential core of our population? I want to comment on the skilling project and appreciate the President for the skilling project. Currently, we have 18 youth skilling hubs across the country. The question is, when you've skilled these youth with very good skills, where do you leave them? Why can't we have provision in our laws, the PPDA, that a certain segment of our contract, say below 100 millions or 50 millions, is a preserve for the youth? After all, we are skilling them, we are preparing them to be better citizens of this country.
Thank you. Honorable Chirabagnes. Then Rogumayo.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. The International Youth Day celebrations were excellent, though there is still a gap in inclusiveness, of which the majority of the youth leaders are left out. The majority of the youth leaders are meaning they are the ones who are not members of the National Youth Council. The National Youth Council only takes the chairperson of the district, the Secretary for Female Affairs, and the Secretary for Finance, and it leaves out the rest. So my appeal to the ministry is to include these other youth leaders, who are the majority. At least they should take the 9 executive district youth leaders for the council, for the district council, so that everyone is involved to celebrate this very important day for the young people. Then secondly, I want to add on Honorable Komakechi's submission about the money that is sent to the district for the Women's Day celebrations. Why is it that the youths are not considered in that program, yet we are the majority in the country? So my appeal to the ministry still and to the government is they should also send some little money, even if 5 million or 3 million or even 2 million, so that the districts can also conduct these Youth Day celebrations in the respective districts. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ogumayo.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to express my sincere gratitude to you for allowing this item on the order paper despite passage of time. I also want to thank Right Honorable Speaker, the government of Uganda, for making sure that the resources were made available for the Youth Day to be celebrated. I also want to thank this Parliament, our esteemed members, for consistently appropriating money so that youth-led initiatives are funded. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to commend the effort of the President of Uganda. He has been leading the drive of creating jobs through launching various factories. Recently, you heard he launched 16 factories. But I find it crucial that, Right Honorable Speaker, every time these factories are launched, it is important that we communicate transparently how many jobs are created and which type of jobs. Right Honorable Speaker, it is imperative that the young people of this country are filled with optimism that the problem of unemployment will be solved effectively. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, the theme for this year's International Youth Day was around green technical skills. Honorable Speaker, between me and you and all members of this House, we already know that scholarships in universities play a vital role. But it is also evident, Right Honorable Speaker, that these scholarships go to benefit the people from affluent backgrounds. The children of those who can attend Namugongo, Budo, Seta High, and the rest get to benefit from these scholarships. But the children of those to do with less from lower socio-economic backgrounds don't benefit. Honorable Speaker, I pray that this House, Honorable Speaker, I pray that this House finds it important that we put more incentives in technical vocational education. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, on the issue of labor externalization, I want to draw attention to this House. Honorable Speaker, it deeply saddens me to learn that as we sit here, many of our young people remain languishing in prisons in countries like Saudi Arabia and all those other countries. And yet, Honorable Speaker, if this House chose, if we found it important and allocated only 2 billion shillings, would provide legal aid to all our young people in these prisons. I want to ask this House, finds it important that we locate this money and support our young people to leave these prisons and they will feel part and parcel of this country. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
I saw the Minister for Finance nodding to that. You know, you've touched his heart, the 2 billion for our young people. But no clarification, no one on table. There is no one on the floor. Clarification applies when there is someone on the floor. Yeah. On the issue, please. Yes, colleagues, on the issue of education. I raised that issue and the President responded to me. And Honourable Minister, maybe when you're responding, it would be good if you update us. He said there is a committee, I think a commission he put in place that is doing a review chaired by the Honourable Amanya Mushega. And he said this is one of the issues they should look at. So when you're going to respond, it's one of the issues. We need an update on that. Scholarships are going to children of the rich. That one, it's our children, colleagues, who can. And yet there are many ways you can reward hard work. There are many ways you can reward hard work. But I can tell you, for a student to come from Terego, to come from Mitoma, and score marks for medicine, you know, you have left us for education, social sciences. That's what you have left for children of the poor. And that's why they are not getting even jobs. Then children of the rich are the ones who are in schools that can give you marks for medicine, for engineering. We are widening the gap indirectly, Honourable Minister. We have to look at this deeply. Busia.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. I'm Omane Mpinoti Youth MP. I take this opportunity to thank the Right Honourable Minister.
Colleagues, listen to the youngest member of Parliament. This is their debate.
Thank you for the statement, Right Honourable Minister. I first appreciate the government of Uganda for the new curriculum. I will support it because last time I visited my child at a certain school, in secondary school somewhere.
Colleagues, to be a member of Parliament, you are above 18. So why are you debating?
Right Honourable Minister, I visited my child somewhere in a certain school. So when I went through his report, totally I saw different things the way we used to have them. They've introduced different curriculum, and this one includes handwork. I remember when I was in senior 1, senior 4, I was doing a lot of subjects that even I didn't benefit from. When I reached senior 5, 6, I did only 3, literature, econ, and divinity. When I reached university, I did econs, different things that were not matching. So if the government introduced this new curriculum, it's going to be supportive to our young children in this country today. Secondly, I'll talk about social media. Yes, my fellow colleagues have said a lot, unemployment, so and so. I'm going to talk about social media. Social media is one of the acts that has spoiled our young children today. we are saying the government, so I've seen a lot of social media, mostly TikTok, Facebook, Instagram.
Thank you. Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister for Youth.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to thank my colleagues for raising very pertinent issues. And I don't know whether I should go one by one or I make a summary.
Just do a summary.
Right Honourable Speaker, I'll raise some few, then I do a summary. On the
You have
issue,
3 minutes, Honourable Minister.
Yes. On the issue of money for the women, or the women MPs, it is for Women's Day, and that one is sent to the districts through the National Women Council. On the issue of the youth, 3 million. That is only once in a year. For the youth, every quarter, we send 1 million to the districts to help the district executive committee for the youth to do their work. So every year we send there 4 million. Maybe if we want us to change it, that this should be for the Youth Day. But this is money which is meant for that. And Right Honourable Speaker, in the last quarter we did not send anything. Reason, the finance for the National Youth Council was reduced by 80%. Because we were getting only 4 billion last financial year, and this financial year they had given us only 800 million for the whole financial year. So we were unable to send money to the districts last quarter. Right Honourable Speaker, on the issue of our students who are in the presidential skilling hubs.
No, Minister, just without interrupting you very much. Honourable Minister for Finance, we need money for National Youth Center, Youth Council. Youth Council, the Minister has told you. The subvention, okay? He was made aware subventions have been reinstated. National Youth Council, from where most of us passed, with youth MPs here, their money was reduced by 80%, their subvention. We need your intervention. We need your help, Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, thank you, friends who have raised this issue. It's not because we don't want people to do what they are planning to do, but I've told you many times, the funds are not available for us to make sure that everybody gets what he wants to get. It's not possible. Maybe join with me. I was one time, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, in a committee. I said, show me the way I can increase revenue. Show me how I can increase revenue. I will give you all the money that we want. So, Honourable Speaker and colleagues, the problem is the inavailability of sufficient funds to fund each and every project.
Thank you. Now, Honourable Minister for Youth, how much have we given and how much do we need for National Youth Councils?
Thank you, Right Honourable
And for
Speaker.
Women Council, I think, also.
For the youth, Right Honourable Speaker, last quarter they gave us 200 million. Yet we were supposed to receive 1 billion. Because it's supposed to be 4 billion per financial year. And that was an agreed position, and we have not received the money.
Women Council?
Women Council, I don't have it offhand.
Now,
Right Honourable.
yes, I was moving very well with you. Now, Honourable Minister, you see, sometimes we invite trouble for ourselves. when you look at the youth leaders we have from all over the country, and you look at the young MPs you have here, and they cannot defend 4 billion. And Honourable Minister, you become honest, because I like you for being a honest man. But I'm waiting for your 3% supplementary. And you will see where you will have put money. And you will ask yourself a question whether you could not get 4 billion. Just 3 more billion. 3 more billion. And you address issues to do with 75% of this population. You get it, Honourable Minister? Just looking at, being included means a lot. This money doesn't mean, it can't have even a very big impact. But the fact that you feel you're included and you're respected, you have youth council structures across the whole country. In the next election, we are adding on 7 million new voters who are young people. And you reach here, they tell you, no, you went on a floor, you MPs, and you said you couldn't get for us 3 billion. We look bad. I beseech you, say a word of intervening, Honourable Minister. Please.
Thank you again, Right Honourable Speaker. Anything that touches the future of this country should be very deep on the heart of us. And the children we are talking about are the future. I will go back to the ministry, suppress somewhere.
Thank you.
So that the youth are facilitated.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Minister. Thank you. You know, I have carried a lot of abuse at Parliament, which couldn't get for us at least 4 billion, and I want to thank you for rescuing us. These are your grandchildren, and they are happy wherever they are, Honourable Minister. We thank you for that humility and that approach. Yes, Honourable Minister, continue.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, and I want to thank you for that intervention. Right Honourable Speaker, on the issue of our graduates from the presidential skilling hubs, yes, we are still taking very few, but we believe that when the budget is there, we shall increase. Because recently we were with the head of that skilling, and he said if we increase the money, they will increase the number of the students that they are getting from your districts. However, Right Honourable Speaker, like a colleague asked, we have trained them, and what next? We are still negotiating with finance, with the EMUGA, so that they can help us and put a category for these children who are getting out of our technical schools from the presidential skilling hubs, so that it can also be another category where people can borrow money from EMUGA and they buy their equipments and they move on, other than giving them things that are free, Right Honourable Speaker. Lastly, Right Honourable Speaker, I would like to thank you once again and say that the youth celebrations should always be considered in the budget so that we avoid changing the dates. For example, we were supposed to have it on 12th August, but due to my senior minister there, he knows what he went through to give us that money, we had to shift it to 18th August. But we want to thank you, and we pray that whatever I have not raised here, we are going to follow it up. Thank you.
Next.
Item 3.4, statement on the electricity sector.
Honourable Minister. All statements will be captured, will be addressed today. I have.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, my honourable colleagues. I'm standing here to give a statement on the electricity sector. As it appears on the order paper, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, the electricity sector is very, very wide. but myself and my technical people have tried to summarize. And we will not stop at this statement. I know that more information will be required, so we shall be ready to keep on giving more information, but the sector is very wide. This sector moves from electricity generation. And let me mention briefly on how we stand on electricity generation. Under generation, Right Honorable Speaker, the capacity has increased from 1,378.1 megawatts to 1,778.1 megawatts after technical commissioning of 4 units of Karuma. Each unit generates 100 megawatts. But Karuma power plant has a capacity of 600 megawatts. This increase has been as a result of synchronization of 300 megawatts from 3 units from Karuma hydropower plant. It is expected that by the end of this financial year, the total installed capacity will be 2,000 megawatts. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, while there was some evacuation challenges following the vandalism that took place on Karuma Kawanda 400 kV transmission line where 5 towers were vandalized, these have been reconstructed and tests are ongoing. Our policy is that when vandalism takes place on a line that has not been commissioned, the onus is on the contractor to make sure that he makes good of the vandalized infrastructure. And I've been assured by the contractor that this is soon coming on board. Plans are underway, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, to update feasibility studies for Ayago hydropower plant. Ayago plant is expected to generate 840 megawatts. Oriang will generate 392 megawatts, and Kiba will generate 400 megawatts. And in order to increase electricity generation to meet our demand, we are mixing. We have smaller generation plants like Muzizi, which will generate 47 megawatts, and smaller plants. But we are also looking at other sources like solar. Uganda's capacity regarding solar is 10,000 megawatts. But the challenge on solar is the storage, because at night you will not have that power. So when you put storage infrastructure, again the tariff has to go up because it is expensive. We are also looking at wind. We have capacity of 4,000 megawatts from wind, especially in the areas of Karamoja. We are also looking at geothermal. We have already identified sites for geothermal. We expect 1,500 megawatts from geothermal. You've heard us talk about nuclear power. We are working with the International Atomic Energy Agency. We have been assessed and we have been seen to be sound to begin the generation of nuclear power. And by 2031, we expect at least 1,000 megawatts production from nuclear. But the total capacity for nuclear potential for Uganda is 24,000 megawatts. So electricity transmission network increased from 2,364 kilometers in 2018-2019 to the current 4,142 kilometers against the NDP3 target of 4,354. This network is expected to increase once the ongoing transmission projects are concluded across the country. Those who are going to West Nile From Karuma, you will see lines that have passed Pakwachi up to Arua. And the substations there, Nebi, Arua, which are almost at 95% completed. That is the national grid, and that is the transmission network I am talking about. Whereas on the other side, where we have Mirama Kabale, that line is completed. And in Kabale district, the land was given to us.
Now, Honorable, you see, our rules of procedure don't allow us to do what you're doing. Rule 52. Your statement has to be read in full as it is written. So kindly read the statement the way you give it to us, and then you can explain later.
My apologies, Right Honorable Speaker. I had forgotten about that new rule. Let me now go to I am on C on electricity distribution. Electricity distribution increased from 6,496 kilometers in 2005 to 16,532 kilometers in 2015, and increased to the current coverage of 59,038 kilometers. This network is expected to double once the planned investments under the various distribution and electricity scale-up projects are implemented. On the electricity access, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, electricity access stood at 57%, where 19% is on grid and 38% is off grid. The implementation of the electricity connections policy has contributed to attaining 1,827.036, 1,827,036 connections by 2022. This was largely on account of slowed down implementation of the policy for the last 2 financial years, following repurposing of budgets to address COVID-19 challenge, where budget cuts affected all ministries, 40% budget cut. However, the ministry has secured funding from the World Bank under the Electricity Scale-Up Project, EASP, and I want to thank this August House for the support. This will be utilized partially for free connections across the country. This is expected to increase connections by 1 million. On the sub-county connections, Right Honorable Speaker, the ministry had planned to connect 1,496 sub-counties. However, 1,063 have been connected, and the balance of 433 will be connected in the due course. We are implementing electricity scale-up project, and this is a priority to make sure that we connect the sub-counties which are lacking connection. Right Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, the country is targeting to achieve 100% access by 2030. Given the progress so far, the sector requires funds to implement projects to take us to this target. I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I thank my committee of natural resources for the support, and the entire August House for your continued support. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Now, Honourable Minister, you can see. Okay, you can see. Just colleagues, a minute. Honourable Minister, I think every day I receive a good number of colleagues, and the one question they are raising, those ones who already have projects ongoing in their constituencies. The wires, the poles have rotten, the wires, I don't know what has happened, the transformers, okay, including the one who is speaking here. And some of these projects were loans, so it wasn't the issue of money, it's the issue of performance. Then also the Tibea loan, issue of the Tibea loan, on which the president really promised much. Parliament, we did our part. Several were even given lists of connections where they will connect all sub-counties and everything. But nothing is going on. Honourable Minister, if you could touch on that, and then I open up to honourable colleagues, because most of the questions are around that issue. No, just let the Minister first touch on it, and then I open up to your honourable colleagues. We need your intervention.
Yes, Right Honourable Speaker, we have been moving around the country commissioning some of those projects that were satisfactorily completed. Some of them suffered vandalism when the country was locked down because of COVID-19. Some of the lines, and I have received reports, suffered vandalism. Some contractors ran bankrupt. And because of COVID-19, and I've already contacted the Solicitor General to guide me, you don't just switch contracts before the Solicitor General guides you. What I can say, Right Honourable Speaker, is that most of those projects which are in your constituencies will be concluded by December this year. Most of those projects in your because we have procured materials, for example, the meters that we will need, the last delivery of the remaining meters we need is expected by the end of December. That's why I said that most. I didn't say that all of them. Of course, I will apologize because my report does not have every line in your constituencies. I could not generate this for today. I can only promise that I will handle region by region. The prior information I gave you, colleagues, you remember, I told you how many connections we are going to do in each and every constituency. That information was circulated. So what is remaining? And I want to thank some colleagues who have written to me to inform me of the kind of lines that they have. I cannot stand here and deceive you that I know each and everything in your constituencies, at least not yet for the few years that have been in the ministry. But I can promise that I can handle region by region. But it will be very helpful for me if you know that you have not submitted those stranded projects in your constituency to submit, so that now I task my technical team to give me specific status on specific lines. Otherwise, my report, sir, has not captured that specific information.
Thank you.
And I apologize.
Yeah. Honourable, I think that's very helpful when you say, honourable colleagues, that if you have lines in your area that have lasted 2 years, some are 3 years, others are 1 year, okay? And all these lines are still stuck. It's very important you inform the minister, because this is part of your oversight. Now, which oversight also helps her to go to her staff and say, you're telling me ABCD, but the MP is telling me ABCD. Honorable Itungo, Honorable Oseku, pick Enos, I pick, I see Kavarore behind, Mutiwa, Yanyima, Esenu, Kanungu here, Naigaga, our champion, then Kavera Maido.
Speaker is communicating.
No, Namutumba, you've picked Naigaga. She should speak for Namutumba. Pachuto. Then I'm trying to, yes, Terego. Chair of the committee, I will allow you. I'll allow you. The islands, I'll pick, yes, Migade. I'll pick Honorable Kaberuka here. Honorable Kaunda, don't mind. Mitoma, I'm speaking. Yes. Fox. Remricha. Bugis, I'm picking. I'm picking Nangori. Hey. Oh, yes. Achori, I'm picking. Jonam is which area? I'm trying to speak, and Karamoja are pick Stera. Okay? Honorable colleagues, let's first speak. Sebei, you had already spoken. You know, I tried to see if there is any other MP from Sebei who is around who has not yet spoken. Yes. Yes, I'll pick first. I'll pick first. I want to get a semblance of, I want the minister to pick Honorable Okupa. Honorable colleagues, I want the minister to get a semblance of the whole country. Okay? I want to pick what I'm going to do. Listen, what I'm going to do. Each sub-region, I'm first going to pick one. Each sub-region of Uganda, I'm first picking one. So Itungo, you're going to speak for Ankore. Now, yes. Let me first speak for each sub-region. The minister gets a picture. And then I can pick you more colleagues. Honorable Tungo, 2 minutes each.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. I want to thank the minister for the statement. Now that I'm speaking on behalf of Ankore region, Madam's Minister, the first issue is about the connection fees you are talking about. Connection fee. You have not specified the time frame when this connection will be free. The secondly, in my constituency, I have a sub-county. There was a project that was going on under rectification. The project was completed, but before the handover, Roya was taken to your ministry. Up to now, the project is stuck. No connection, nothing. Transformers are there, poles are there, but people are stuck with the connection. So the line is there. When I went to Roya, they told me to look for the contractor, and I was not part of Roya, so that is a very big issue. Then the last one, I have poles that were dumped in somebody's farm. The poles are there, just white elephants. No plan, nothing. The owner of the farm is now asking, what are these poles doing in the constituency? So kindly do something, because the poles are there and they are disorganizing the owner of the farm. Thank you.
Thank you. Pachuto for West Nile.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for the well-summarized report, especially giving us the potential of energy in this country. Right Honorable Speaker, if I may speak for West Nile and particularly for Pakwach District, Right Honorable Speaker, the problem we have in Uganda on energy is not about generation, but it's about the transmission and distribution. We have a number of mushrooming, upcoming town boards, town councils. We have now injected money in PDM. People are producing. Very soon we shall have a lot of cassava, maize harvested. But the rural countryside, even where there is power now, you find a whole big center without power. Why? Because there are no transformer put for them to step down the power to reach the secondary seed schools that we are building, to reach the health centers, to even add value to the crops. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I am glad that the minister mentioned that the loan that we passed here last November has now matured. And how I pray that all sub-counties be connected if we are very serious about PDM. That should be fast-tracked. But finally, Right Honorable Speaker, I was at the board of Malaba just last Thursday. Right Honorable Speaker, that is our cash cow in terms of revenue mobilization. But the time that we were there, the number of minutes or hours that power went off, I could not believe it, that this country can afford to do that. Right Honorable Speaker, I pray that all the custom border posts of this country have a dedicated power line so that there is no time for delay. There is absolute 24 hours we can collect revenue to mitigate some of the challenges that we are having. I give information to my colleague, Honorable.
Thank you very much for giving way. Right Honorable Speaker and the Honorable Minister, when we conducted an audit in an investigation into one of the power producers, one of the issues, Honorable Minister, you're aware of was that the production is 250 megawatts, but the consumption, we are taking 160. And because of that, the tariffs, it's one of the reasons why the tariffs are high. Secondly, your colleague, the Honorable Minister of Finance, is aware that every year we have a budget to pay for deemed energy. May you tell this House when we shall have a zero budget for deemed energy and instead use that energy to connect all the households that we need to connect. That's the information I want to give. Thank you.
Now, Honorable colleagues, I would want to propose that we use this time to bring issues to do with your areas in terms of the issues you are facing. Because now when you started becoming general, yet you have been here saying you have lines in your constituencies which have not been connected. Transformers are down. I want the minister to get the picture so that she can go back to her staff. Okay? Mutawe for Bukedi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
I had allowed Oseku, so I will allow both of you. Sorry. Yes,
thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for the statement. However, I have a number of polls that are lying in my constituency. We had a number of projects that were going on. Some of the projects were under World Bank, and there was also a project under the TBEA. Right Honorable Speaker, I have polls in about 5 sub-counties. That's a sub-county of Busaba, sub-county of Budumba, Busole Town Council, and Busole Rural. All projects in these sub-counties are at a standstill. Then, Right Honorable Speaker, I also have a sub-county which doesn't have power completely. That's a sub-county of Nawanjofu. And I have raised my matters with the ministry. One time we had a meeting with the state minister in the ministry, and they promised that works were going to resume by September. Right Honorable Speaker, we are now in October, and nothing has taken place, and the minister is telling us that still work is going to take place. I want to request the ministry to put focus, especially on the projects that were ongoing, because we are finding a lot of difficulties when we are moving around. She talked about vandalism. The reason is that these poles have been there for a very long time. So there are people who take advantage and they go and they take up, they steal the wires, and some of them steal the poles. Right Honorable Speaker, in my particular constituency, even the contractors, when there was a shift from REA to the Ministry of Energy, some contractors come back and pick poles. And when I tried to follow up, they tell us we have not been paid and we have other pending projects where we want to take our poles.
Thank you. Oseku, conclude on.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. In 2021, under REA, we had some linings of power in our areas. But since that time, after they put the lines, they have not given us transformers. So that is one of the problems, and people are crying. They are saying, why did you bring these poles and put here? Honorable Minister, there were also contracts that were given at that very time. In my constituency, for example, they allocated the 2 lines, one to connect to the sub-county, and then the other one was also allocated. The contract was given, but they only did this short one of about 1 kilometer, but the other one of 6.5 kilometers has not been done in Kibale County. I raised this issue to the Minister of State for Energy, but he was not able to respond. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister, we have been having engagements at regional levels with the Minister of State for Energy. And we found that most of the things that you have planned to do are concentrated in areas where members of the Committee of Natural Resources are the only ones, the constituencies that are captured. And we made a proposal that, please, can you halt the plan to implement these projects? And then we sit and reorganize these projects. That thing has not yet come to light, and it is my strong appeal again that, Honorable Minister, you meet us, and then we realize.
Thank you. Kabera Maido.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Speaker, my concern is mainly with the Chiro constituency. It's a constituency in my district, but out of the whole constituency, there is no power. I have written to the ministry, have talked to Honorable Kasai, but ever since then, nothing has been done. I pray that till you take it as something very serious. Each time I pass, they have a lot of pressure to answer questions. And then secondly, even in my own constituency, Kabramaido, there are very many sub-counties of Alwa, Kabramaido, Aperkira. They just have poles, but they don't have what? Connections. And then I even look at the ministry. There are very many schools and health centers that are outside the power grid. But now you find that I've written for solars, they don't have powers. Students, okay, the 7 candidates can't read. I pray that you try to plan for those schools that are outside the what? The power grid. And then the health centers. That will go a long way in helping us. Thank you so much.
Okotogong. Now, colleagues are here, you saying, am I picking non-members? No, you just advise me if I'm picking strangers. Then,
of course.
Then, you know.
Of course, the longest.
No, I'm picking a region. Per sub-region, I'm picking one person first to get a picture. Please, just switch off. Felix, switch off and switch on again so that your time counts.
Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members, I have few issues to raise to the minister. In my constituency, we have lines. They're passing over everywhere, but it's non-functional. There is no power. You have not switched on power for the last 5 years. So why do you have those lines there in my constituency, and yet there is no power in them? The second point is that the intermittent power supply. We have a very big town council, which is called Dokolo Town Council. We have power twice a week. Maybe in 2 weeks, we can have power only 2 days. So I don't know why it is happening like that. So we need to connect from Lira line, not Soroti line. Connect us direct from Lira up to Dokolo, because that line is more stable. The third point is high cost of electricity. The tariff is too high. My people cannot afford. You run your factory for 1 week, you pay 20 million shillings for power alone if you are running a factory. And it is a big factory, over 100 million shillings. So that is also affecting our business. Mr. Speaker, another one is small poles, wood poles, especially in one sub-county in my district, Adeknino. The poles are very tiny. I don't think they will even last 5 years. I would prefer that you replace them with the concrete poles, because that one is more stable. Again, we have many trading centers in my district. Many trading centers, the wire line is only passing them. There is no step-down transformer in those trading centers. I would like to request the minister to procure more transformers so that...
Thank you. Naigaga.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. In the interest of time, I'll go straight to my issues. Honorable Minister for Energy, my biggest issue is to do with the scope that is being worked on vis-a-vis the scope that was surveyed. We've realized that when your team came on the ground, they surveyed so many town centers, so many schools, and the contractor is just working on limited areas, saying that is what is in the agreement. We want to have the whole scope as it was surveyed, handled. Secondly, it is in addition to what Honorable Kotogong has submitted. The old lines, the wood poles are no longer sustaining the environment. They are falling every day. And when a pole falls, Umeme takes a full month to reinstate the line. Lastly is to do with the transformers. Information to Honorable Akamba Paul.
Yeah. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The information I would like to give to my member of parliament is that Namutumba, it's like we are in load shedding. The electricity is so intermittent to the extent that in a week we can have power like 2 days, and it is due to the power lines that needs to be refurbished. For instance, the lines that supply power to Namutumba goes via Kariro, then to Namutumba, yet you would have gone straight to Namutumba. And these lines are too old that they need to be refurbished. That's the information I wanted to give.
Megade.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I don't have any pending line, nor the poles, not even wires. But in the NRM manifesto, since 2011, the President has been indicating that there are 2 districts without power, and Buvuma is one of them. We are only separated by 1.8 kilometers, which requires a marine cable from Mayuge. Just 1.8 kilometers. And Right Honorable Speaker, you'll appreciate I was with you on the Committee of National Economy. And the minister had actually pledged that he will not bring any other loan without Buvuma. And we have approved many other loans. These loans are also paid by people from Buvuma. Of course, I'm the chair, but at times we think that those in the kitchen are also thinking about us. So my appeal is, in fact, in the statement of the minister. I saw they are projecting 100% access, but I don't see they are talking about wires, poles. I would like to see a marine cable provided in that statement. And I'm sure the minister knows Buvuma very well, having been Minister of Fisheries. So this is your constituency as well as my constituency. My appeal on Right Honorable Speaker
Thank you.
to have power.
That was from the islanders. No, that was specifically from the islanders. Honorable Enos for Buganda.
Yes, I'm from Buganda region. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Our issue in Buganda is not so different from others. Specifically, lines that had been worked on by REA and they were incomplete at the time of closure, and up to now they have not been connected, and actually some of them have been vandalized. That's one of the major issues. The second issue, Right Honorable Speaker, is about, of course, electricity connection, which she had mentioned, but some of my colleagues are mentioning it. Some districts are actually saying they do not some of their areas are not connected, and they have written to the ministry, but no response yet. You can take note of that. The other issue, Right Honourable Speaker, which is a bit specific to the Antonde district, we have a line that was brought down by rains. It's almost now 2 years down the road. It has never been reinstated. The problem starts with land issues. One of the farmers where the connection was going through his farm refused the reconnection. Until today, I passed on this information, of course, to the ministry. I thank you actually for the effort that you connected me with the team. But we failed. A few minutes ago, I saw the Minister of Lands here. If you can help us bring the law on the amendment on land law, because this is the only solution to this. I beg. Okay, information. Right Honourable Speaker, allow me have. Okay, let me start with.
You can't have two information, so you have to choose one.
Thank you very much, Brother Enos, for giving way. Honourable Minister, you know what happened to the Central Region, and we have few members here. Right Honourable Speaker, what is happening is that the Honourable Minister of Energy has hinted about regional meetings. Other regions, you've met them, but the Central Region, you've not met us. If you met us, we wouldn't have brought these problems, we would have sorted them from the other meeting. Consider that meeting. Secondly, Right Honourable Minister, there are a number of lines which were completed long ago, like in Nakasonga, but also some other areas. But they are pending to be commissioned, but up to today, we've written a number of correspondences to you, nothing has happened, you are aware. Lastly, Right Honourable Prime Minister, about those lines, where they were supposed to have transformers of 100 kV, they put 50. At the end of the day, there was also another 1 kilometer radius, was also not considered. We wanted your team to come and say exactly ascertain what is happening. Your team has not come. Lastly, compensation. Where trees were cut, people have not been compensated. Every time they come to our offices for compensation. My humble appeal, our humble appeal, let those people be considered for compensation. I beg to submit.
Spera for Karamoja.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable Minister, there is non-stability of electricity in Moroto district. Reason is due to breakdowns. In fact, electricity in Moroto is used for lighting houses. It comes only in the evening, and in the morning it's shut down. And the reason they give is they are working on the lines. So electricity in Moroto is only used for lighting houses, but not boosting the economy. Now, electricity is not supposed to be used for only lighting houses, but it should help Ugandans to boost their economy. It should run workshops. It should run other things like businesses other than lighting. Honourable Minister, yes, there are lines running across in Moroto district, but people are not able to tap it because of lack of transformers. You would find a line running over 7 kilometers or 10 kilometers without a transformer in between. And in between that, there are institutions like schools. I thought when we were connecting those lines, the institutions would have been the first priority to get connected. And hence, these institutions actually bring the burden back to us members of parliament by asking us to give them solars in order to make these students study. Right Honourable Speaker, I wish you take that into consideration such that these institutions are taken as a priority, including the community members that are living across the stretch of around 10 kilometers, 7 kilometers without power. There are many applications. Let's take an example if you have been in Moroto. From Nadunget, the airfield, up to beyond Hotel Africana, there is no transformer there. It is only Hotel Africana.
Tochi for Achori.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I thank the Minister for bringing the statement. Right Honourable Speaker, each time a government official from the President downwards speaks about electricity in this country, the entire population is appreciative. Why? Because we are told we are generating a lot. In Tochi and Omoro districts, we have poles lined up towards every sub-county. And when the pronouncement was made in 2017 that every sub-county will receive electricity, the Ministry of Education took on that and supplied secondary schools with computers with the hope that those would be used to promote science education. I tell you, up to tomorrow, these computers are not being used. So what is the use? Electricity is a pull factor, Right Honorable Speaker. In the general Gulu city area, a number of industries have been shut down because of electricity. Today it is there, tomorrow it is not there. That makes cost of doing business very high, and that has brought a lot of unemployment. Because once these industries shut down, the staff are sent home. So, Madam Minister, yes, I give information to my nephew over there.
Thank you for giving way for information. Right Honorable Speaker, the issues in Omoro are huge, especially around power. We have a whole sub-county that has not even a single pole. That's all for your sub-county. Secondly, we have issues to do with those who have investments that need a lot of power. There are those who are setting up radio stations. They have had to shut them down until power stabilizes. When a pole is cut down or it is damaged, it's down for almost a week or two, so no power. So it's a cross-cutting issue. I want to just give my colleague that information. Thank you very much.
Chair Kigezi Parliamentary Group. Colleagues, I'm picking one per region.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for the report. And I want to say that Kigezi is a unique region, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Matia Kaseja has been telling us here how to get revenue, and Kigezi is well known for tourism, but tourism is suffering a great deal because of lack of power. Mr. Speaker, if we could improve tourism areas, we put power there, then we would get more money in terms of non-tax revenue, which would supplement these other gaps that we're talking about. Mr. Speaker, the whole of Guinea, which is supplying 65% of tourism revenue, has no power. Mpungu, sub-county, Mr. Speaker, the president opened a factory, a tea factory. There is no power. And at the same time, it is a briefing area for the tourists. The camps are there in the darkness. So how are we synchronizing tourism to boost investment and economy of this country? Mr. Speaker, the issue of SMEs, we want the minister to elaborate to his parliament. How are the SMEs planned to benefit this country if the factories are suffering without any power? Mr. Speaker, about the connections. Mr. Speaker, we have investment through Islamic Development Bank, which was 2017-2018. We have ADB, which is 2017-2019. We have World Bank. All those had a component of connection of houses and other institutions. Nothing has taken place. What happened? Yet we spent that money. What happened?
Thank you. Kagwera for Toro.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. One is to appreciate the Honorable Minister. He's one of those energetic ministers and very listening. But at the same time, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of commissioning is very important. We cannot afford having alarms from where we don't have electricity at all, and even where we have invested money in the names of poles and wires. So let us prioritize, Honorable Minister. When you go to Kabarole, you find literally all the sub-counties, save two, Harugongo and Karangura. The rest are a bit connected, but no power. Connected, but no power. So, Honorable Minister, prioritize two things, commissioning and those areas that do not have electricity at all, so that they don't remain hopeless. The other issue, Honorable Speaker, is about the surveys. Before the merger, REA had made a lot of surveys, but I'm surprised that we are repeating the same surveys. So the merger should not mean complete forgetting of REA, because they had done their work. The other issue, Madam Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister, the issue of COVID, it keeps coming up in most ministries, but we shall not always listen, because COVID is almost gone. It should no longer be an excuse. Let us have double effort. If you know we had COVID, like all we know, we should now forget about talking COVID as an excuse and work a double harder. We work a double harder because the problem was there. Yes. Right, Honorable Speaker, the other issue is about prices.
Thank you. Phyllis Chemutai for Sebei.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the Minister for the report given. As for us in Sebei region, we have the main grid crossing through the 3 districts. That is from Kapchorwa through Kwen to Bukwa districts. But our main problem is extension of power to other areas from the main grid. We need transformers and more poles so as to reach all the sub-counties of Sebei. We are blessed that in Sebei we have a mini hydro electric station. That one there. We have that one, and yet our people have not accessed that power. The power is produced from River Sit, which is lying between Bukwa and Kwen. At first we thought that that was the time that all our people would now access electricity. But what they did, what the minister did, was to connect it to the main grid. So we have no power right now in all the 3 districts. When you look at the line from Kapchorwa town to Teriet High Altitude Training Center, the line is there. It is a main grid. The line is there, but we need transformers so that it can be utilized. Yeah.
Thank you.
Information, please.
No.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the information I just want to add, there are some areas, Right Honorable Speaker, that has been surveyed by REA. We have areas of Kobil in Kawa sub-county, then Kabeywa, Chema, that have not got power, but it has been surveyed under REA. So what I would request, Right Honorable Speaker, is the minister should follow up what was surveyed early.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So wait for Renzori.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, for Renzori, particularly in my constituency, Right Honorable Speaker, I have 5 main power plants. Unfortunately, Right Honorable Speaker, 70% of my constituency is not connected, has no access to electricity, yet we are the producers of electricity. The other issue, Right Honorable Speaker, is the issue of compensation, where the major lines passed, the people were supposed to be compensated. But for 3 years now, people are still struggling. They have not yet been compensated. I would want to ask the minister to look into the matter of compensation, because the people who ought to be compensated, some of them are even thinking of vandalizing some of the poles and even the wires that are already on the poles.
Thank you.
Information from my woman MP, Honorable Right Speaker.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, your ministry negotiated with Kilembe Rural Electrification to use its line to evacuate power from Rubidiha and Nyamugasana to take it to Mubuku substation. But you agreed that since you have used their line, you are going to pay some funds, around 5.9 billion. You have not paid this money. This has affected the operation of Kilembe Rural Electrification, that now there is a lot of load shedding. People are no longer doing their businesses as usual. I pray that you pay this money to Kilembe Rural Electrification so that business can run as normal. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I hope Honorable Mujungu you've been covered, because Honorable Mujungu is the former manager of Kilembe Investment, which was covered. No, colleagues. Let's follow the rules the way we said them. I go to Bugisu, Honorable Nangori. I'm picking one person per sub-region. Those will be 18 to get a picture of the whole country.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to give some clarification to the minister that last week for about 2 days I moved around with the Committee on Presidential Affairs, Committee on Budget, and we visited one of the power stations in Padero, that is Achua. The problem we confirmed and we discovered there is that the contractor has done its work. Actually, power is ready to be produced. But the challenge is with UETCL. They have not worked on the transmission lines for the last 2 years. Power was ready 2 years ago to be produced and evacuated. But the challenge is on the side of government. And when you look at the two power stations, that is 1 and 2, they are supposed to produce around 85 megawatts. But out of 85 megawatts, simply because they have put a temporary line with wooden poles, they are able to evacuate only 9 megawatts out of 85. And yet government is paying as per the contract of 85 what? Megawatts. So we have a very big challenge, Honorable Minister. You need to go on the ground. I don't know whether your technical team, when they come out of the field, they give you these reports so that you are able to make a follow-up. 2, I'm going to give you my Human MP. 2, back at Bugisu. In Bulambuli, we have about 5 sub-counties in my constituency that were once on the network. The poles got rotten, the transformers were broken down, they are no longer working for the last 10 years. It only worked when Irene Mulono was the Minister for Energy. I've written letters to Minister of Energy.
Thank you. Nowhere in Fobunyoro, nowhere in Xembo, Fobunyoro.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I'll go straight to my issues. My main concern is on the projects that have remained incomplete, that were started with REA, but particularly I am interested to get an update from the Minister on the project codenamed ERT3, Electricity for Rural Transformation, that was being funded by World Bank, because we are informed the project period expired. There were project affected persons due for compensation. It started, it was not completed. In my district, Right Honorable Speaker, this project was launched in 2020, August. And I know it is affecting many districts here. So we want to know what are the plans for having this project completed so that the people get the electricity they desire.
Thank you. Woman MP Mubende for Greater Mubende, because in Uganda we have 3. We have Greater Mubende, we have Greater Mpigi, and then Greater Mukono and Central.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Honorable Minister for the report, but we have a few challenges. I'm going to speak on behalf of Greater Mubende, like you've said, Right Honorable Speaker. In Mubende, we also have poles and wires that run around but do not have power. So whenever we pass by, our people tell us that, what are these poles for? That is one. We have an example in Gomero in Chiyun sub-county that needs to be connected. Then, Right Honorable Speaker, we have machines that were given out by His Excellency the President to the youth. Those are maize milling machines, but they cannot be put to use just because they do not have electric power. And these machines were given out in 2016. So it is such a long time that we have these machines. Could be they were procured on loans, but they are not put in use. Other machines are coffee machines. An example is in Kasambia, a constituency led by Honorable Kavanda David. The other issue, Right Honorable Speaker, is a parish called Kanyogoga, which I know that the Honorable Minister, Honorable Nankabira, very well knows, because we passed through it when we were moving with the President during the trek. And the President again emphasized that they should be given power. Right Honorable Speaker, we have issues of free connections. We have always told our people to apply for these free connections, but whenever they go to Umeme, they tell them they are not the right people to give them those free connections. Information from Honorable Bukenya.
Gomba for greater MPG. Because Honorable colleagues, you see, when I say 2 minutes and you say information and you switch on, then you get another 2 minutes and you cheat other regions. So it will only apply if you're using the same microphone, so that we continue counting the same time. I want transparency.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Most of the issues have been raised by colleagues. I have like 2. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to hear from the Minister on government's plan on the deemed energy or unused energy. Government has spent 87 billion on that commitment, and I think that money would have used for something else if government had not committed. So I would like to know from the Minister what's the plan. Then, Right Honorable Speaker, going back to Gomba, I have a line of 120 kilometers coming from Butambala, it's a World Bank line, to Gomba. That whole entire line, we have been lucky. Some lines have been productive, others have not been productive due to the halt by REA. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like the Minister also to commit. We have areas in my district where they connected power, but they have not commissioned. So what is happening? The locals are taking it upon themselves to connect themselves now. Recently, we even had an accident. A child died from illegal connection. So it would be very important for them to connect and commission so the locals can use it. Information to
Otara, Chairman Otara.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I want to begin by thanking the Minister for her statement that was succinct and clearly gave us a roadmap where the ministry is headed in the electricity subsector. But allow me, Right Honorable Speaker, to say one major thing that I identified from the submissions of most of the colleagues. All these submissions center around financing. And I must say, Right Honorable Speaker, that as chair of this committee, I am greatly honored to have chaired this committee for now 3 years. But I want to assure this House that without adequate financing to this subsector, we are not going to move forward. Worse still, Right Honorable Speaker, when we were passing the budget for this year, we made the fundamental mistake of removing the 100 billion. This was the money that was meant.
Honorable colleague, you cannot go on the floor of Parliament to choose a house in which you belong. And the decision was made, but because you don't agree with the decision that was made, you call it a mistake. Okay? So please, no, take your seat, please. Take your seat. Honorable Cooper.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, let me start with on the issue of the financing. May we know because we know this money was coming from ADB, World Bank, Badea, Islamic Banking. That did this body stop giving the money or what? Because they have kept raising the issues of monies. Because I know, Right Honorable Speaker, in the previous parliaments, we passed this money, this issue of taking power up to the sub-county, to each and every sub-county, were loans and they were passed. Have these financial institutions stopped paying this money or what? We need a clarification from that. Before we go into any new areas, what has that money done? To Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister, you need to help us. Why is the ministry now asking to do surveying afresh? Because REA had done survey. I can speak for parts of Teso. Like the whole Serere district, I have a big book. Why would you go back for another survey? And it's not only limited to Serere. Other regions also did it. Isn't this a wastage of money? 3, the areas where power was supposed to be taken, power, we are seeing the lines, but the contractors have not connected to all the institutions. They have mentioned here the issue of schools. That's the issue of health center. 3 is health center 4. Ministry of Health, the government has provided equipment which is supposed to use electricity. But they are lying there, they are now, people are stealing this equipment. In the end.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Minister, the members are saying maybe you publish the status of electrification per area, and then you show the affirmative action you are taking, so that some of the people, of the MPs are not accused of being able to lobby and others not. But honorable colleagues, there is advice I want to give you. Even when you disagree with the decision of the House, there is a better way to bring it. Okay? There is a better way. The minister was cheering you, but when she disagrees with the decision of cabinet, she cannot come here to complain about cabinet. Corrective responsibility. That's number 1. Because some of us, we are going to try to appear like we did better, others failed us. No. Number 2, of course, the Honourable Minister knows, and I'm sure, and I had raised it with her, and I'm sure she's going to work on it, and Chair should take it up. Some of us have concern over loans which we supported strongly, but the performance has been bad. I remember Tibea. Remember how we suffered with Tibea? And the president moved around the whole country. We were going into elections saying this is sorted. Maybe if Parliament fails me, Parliament, we did our work. Some people warned us here, told us that we doubt. We went ahead, we did our work. Up to now, we don't even get an update. What we get is a request for new financing. So, Chair, I assign you as a committee. Look through the loans which we gave the ministry. Okay? How they are performing. And you report back to this House in 2 weeks' time. As the Chair. And then you understand the concerns of this House. Okay? I know Honorable Nankabira has tried her level best, she's moving up and down, but she needs our support also. In terms of doing oversight, like she said, tell me what's happening in your constituency. There are some areas, colleagues, which I was following up in my area. In the system, they are marked as completed. In the system of REA, they say we did the rain here. On ground, 0. Even a pole has never been put there. Okay? So now, to a minister will receive a report from technical people. And you can't blame her, because she cannot go to each and every village in the country. But on ground, when you check, I request you check your areas. And you raise it with the minister, so that she's able to take on people. Now, honorable colleagues, I've never faced a situation like today. Every one of you wants to speak. And I know the issues you have are very critical. But I have an order paper to run. Okay? And as the chair of this important meeting, I have to address other issues on the order paper. That's why I decided to say, to get a picture of the whole country, let us pick per sub-region. We pick one person so that the minister gets a picture, and then the committee takes it on from here, and the minister has picked a picture. So, Honourable Minister, please respond to these issues. We go to other items.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I sincerely want to thank you so much for this opportunity that you've given this House to discuss matters of electricity. These are matters of life. I know that the period we are going in is a period of accountability. And I know the importance of delivering electricity in your constituencies. Let me promise that where the issues that have been raised are of technical nature, I am going to sit with my technical people to produce a response to the technical issues. Secondly, I have captured issues that are almost similar in the constituencies. One, the issue of sub-counties which are not yet connected. 433 sub-counties are in my report, and I promise that that is going to be a priority. I have captured the issue of a few districts that are not yet connected. Buvuma and I think Terego or Maracha. Terego. And we are working on extension of power to the districts that do not have power, because that's a policy that government took. Connection to the district, from the district to sub-counties, from sub-counties to the parishes that host value addition infrastructure, social infrastructure like schools and health centers. Otherwise, connecting to village, we are not yet there, honorable colleagues. But we will pick on parishes that host those infrastructures. So I have captured that. I have captured the issue of the surveys that REA did. Why is it that we are repeating? First of all, we have to appreciate why do we do surveys. We do surveys to get the project the RAPs, project affected people, to what extent are we going to compensate. When you do surveys and you take years without implementation, new developments have taken place. If you go by the old surveys, you will run short of monies to compensate people. You do surveys and implement. But when you take time, a school has come up, you didn't capture it. But this doesn't mean that all the surveys that were done, that they are new developments. I'll take this to my people and we really look through. Where we need to do survey again, we will do survey again. But I know that the surveys must be done and then you implement quickly. Otherwise, Ugandans are developing. Just give me time, because I'm trying to summarize the issues that how I captured them. The other thing is that the poles that are lying down, leave alone those which are up with lines but no power. But there are those which were dumped. Colleagues, those who were around during the time of REA, you know very well how we used to go and bench people at Kamocha and plead for polls, at least drop polls, so that people know that power is coming without plan. Let me say the truth here.
But now, Honourable Minister, now we are saying raise the polls.
Now I am inheriting this, because I cannot stand up and say these polls were dumped without plan. I am inheriting and I am trying to implement. Okay? So What happened during REA made REA to be mainstreamed in the ministry. Some little tiny trees, poles, that were procured. Transformers that burst toot, 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 all the time. And you know that the officers that were responsible were investigated. And you know how it ended. So I am now grappling with all these problems, lines that started in 2016, 2017, and I'm telling you that we cannot tantalize people. Kokonyo, tantalize. You put poles, but again you can't remove them because they were not distributed on plan. No, we have to make sure that those lines are done. Hold on please. There are pole lines which are completed. You are waiting for commissioning. Commissioning is not done. There are two types of commissions that we do. The first one is a technical commission. We do this with the contractor. You never know. A transformer was vandalized, oil was removed. When you go and just commission without doing a technical commissioning, lines will burst. So sometimes we delay to commission, to do the political commissioning, because the technical commissioning has not been done. But colleagues, you know, that have been to your constituencies, and I have invitations, numerous. Some of them are personal. You want Nankabirwa to come to your constituency and do the political commissioning. And I've promised most of you that I will be coming, and I have visited some of your constituencies. So on commissioning, lines that are completed, you are going now to see intensified activities. We've agreed with my colleagues, the ministers of state, to divide the country. I take this direction, they take this direction, and we commission. Otherwise, we can no longer hold the pressure from the constituencies for commissioning.
Honourable Minister, if you could take the route of seed schools. I remember I was still a member of cabinet at that time, whereby cabinet you shared responsibility and you gave ministers, different ministers. And in around 1 week, you commissioned seed schools in the whole country, because again, we need you here to address concerns. So you want to be moving in the whole country. So if you could work with your ministers and you draw a schedule, and you distribute the ministers in different parts of the country you commission.
Yes, I have done that. Honorable Senator was one of those that I normally, request to do that. I'll do that. I hope I'll get the money, because commissioning also requires a small budget to allow the technical people to go on the ground. So, but we will make sure that we do that. So that is one area that I captured where poles are up. Some of them don't have wires. Some have wires, but no power. On that one, sir, Right Honorable, especially where many of you have requested for transformers, we have part of the work that we are going to do under ESP as intensification and densification. Intensification means that there are those lines which were done when the population was small. Now there are many more people that have come up who need consumption. That means that the low capacity transformer that we gave in the first place can no longer hold the demand. So under intensification, we are going to remove the small transformers, take them to the small populations, and put a bigger transformer for that place. That is what we call under ESP intensification. We also have densification under ESP. Densification is going to take care of pertinent lines, small lines that were left out. A line connecting to a seed school, a line connecting to a maize mill, a line within that area. That is now what we called densification. This ESP and other monies that come from World Bank require that you have to satisfy the project affected people. Now this brings me to another area which I captured, where compensation has delayed. Okay? Under a project which is under World Bank, we have suffered because there are PAPs who refuse the value given by the chief government valuer. 2 people can cause us pay for dimmed energy because we can't raise a pylon because of that person who chooses to refuse the value that the chief government valuer has given. I have approached the Attorney General and I have written to the Minister of Lands. I want to switch into compulsory acquisition. Compulsory acquisition. Because compulsory acquisition is in the Constitution. For public interest, you can't make the country lose money. You can't cause the country lose money. We borrowed money, we can't move because you said you don't want to move away. The Attorney General has guided me on the procedure. We shall gazette 14 days and I will compulsorily acquire that area and I will deploy security and I will erect the pylon. And people will get electricity. This is not, you are not at liberty to...
No, honorable colleagues, just let's listen to the minister, because this is provided for under the law. And that doesn't take away your right for compensation. You can still go to court. But now imagine a situation where we lose 200 billion in dimmed energy. Dimmed energy. Because someone is saying you cannot pass here a line. And someone, like a situation where we had a situation, I think, was it on the expressway, Honorable Katuntu, where someone said you can't pass in my area, I have a rock, I need 48 billion. So, when government went and bypassed the rock and passed somewhere else, then he was again suing the government, why didn't you pass through my land? I was waiting for you to pass on my rock and you pay. Eh? So this is an abuse. Honorable Minister, when you look at the money we've lost on that, is it a Gago dam? Is it a Gago? Aswa dam. Swa dam. I think we've lost over 200 billion now. Because every year we pay like 100, towards 100. Eh? Yes, 87 billion. Now, 87 billion paid every year because someone was refusing that a line cannot pass here. I had to organize a meeting between an MP and you ETCL. Now, Minister, sometimes we do your work. And you ETCL, because a certain MP was mobilizing a community for that line of Achori connecting to West Nile, I think. To Rango. I called the MP, we sat down and we went through things, and the MP went and told people to calm down, and the line was allowed to move. Now imagine how much people would be losing. So, Honorable Minister, involve leaders. Sometimes the leaders are under pressure from the community. When we involve and the leaders know they have your backing, they go back and they mobilize the community. Otherwise the community thinks, but your people go in without even informing an MP. An MP hears, Land Cruisers, the cabins were in your area, measuring, doing this, you don't know anything. He says, no, I'm not part of them. Okay, so let's take that route, but we ensure we help our people.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. We have tried to involve leaders, and I want to appreciate the MPs who helped me, especially on the area of Noya, where Honorable Okeris together with the MPs from West Nile, went and negotiated with the PAP.
And Honorable
And
Awan.
oh yes.
Yeah, Awan.
Yes, Honorable Awan. I want to appreciate him. Worked with our elder Lokeris, and is the one leading us on negotiations. In Tororo, I worked with Kanya, Honorable Kanya, and Honorable my chair. We also had an issue of PAP. Right Honorable Speaker, I am a student conflict management. I always involve people, and we end up solving the conflicts. But there are those stubborn ones who will push me to go into compulsory acquisition. I'm going to summarize. On the issue of intermittent power or power outages, this has come up, okay? Sometimes it is different factors that cause power outages. But like Honorable Katesh mentioned, I think it was Honorable Katesh, some of the lines need refurbishing. And we have started. We have changed some old poles, for example, Soroti from Opio up to Mbale, up to Tororo. That line is now metallic. I'm just remaining with Tororo Mbale. It's a small stretch, which we are also going to upgrade. We are doing the upgrading to reduce on intermittent power. On the tariff, what can I say? I am under instruction by the President to make sure that the tariff goes down, especially for industries. But you know the factors that contribute to the high tariff. If you don't invest in money, especially in generation, you will raise the tariff by 60%. That's why we keep on saying that when we finally commission Karuma, the 600 megawatts will be sold at 4.7 kilowatt hour per unit. Then in Narubara and Chira, where ESCOM concession ended and it is UEGL now managing, that 380 megawatts will be sold at 1.2. When you take the generation mix, the two sources will reduce the tariff. That's why we're yearning to commission Karuma. But generation contributes 60%. If you use borrowed money, then power will be expensive. The other thing that will reduce on the tariff is to increase, is to improve on the conductors that we use so that we reduce on the power loss. When you lose power, then you pay for nothing. Then the tariff will remain high because we have to sustain the sector. So many of you are concerned about the tariff. I am equally concerned, and we hope that one day we shall see the tariff getting managed. I want to conclude, Right Honorable, by first of all by thanking those MPs who have written to me, and I'm one person who normally responds. And I always tell you what we are going to do. And I've promised you that I have my hopes in the electricity access scale-up project. Oh, the free connection. Free connection is very important. Let me mention something. We started free connection the time when we were going for elections. There are the elections. Free connection is in quotes. It's not free. Government has to get money to buy the connection materials. You need meters, you need... So the budget went up, and the Umeme was demanding for money. This free connection was free to the recipient, but not free for government. So, this time round under ESP, we have included it because you passed the loan. Effectiveness started on 20th July. We are almost done with the scoping. That's why I've been encouraging colleagues to check on us to make sure that we have included priority, lines that you submitted to us. So the free connection policy is now going to be reinstated with the ESP. This is very important.
Thank you.
But, Right Honorable Speaker, we negotiated with UDB, they gave us a loan. This was championed by ERA, which is helping people to pay less money. Those who do not need a pole, we call them no pole connection. If you have a pole already near your house, we are connecting you for 200,000 shillings cash instead of 750 that had been paid. This is being implemented. But our people from Umeme were misinforming the community by demanding for sureties, titles. I involved the ERA, and this had been rectified. You don't have to pay any surety. So that connection has been made simplified by people paying only 200,000 cash, and then 270. That will be a loan to be paid within 8 years. So as these other projects come on board, there is also that one which is going to see more connection being done. Right Honorable Speaker, there are other questions of technical nature, which I'm going to go through with my technical people, and I will provide the answers. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Now, Honorable Minister, as you go down, sit down, you have missed several deadlines for connecting West Nile to the national grid. I remember even in June you missed another one. And all of us West Nile leaders are always in our offices. You know, when are you connecting West Nile to the national grid, and what is the problem for extending deadlines, extending?
How I wish that I get access to what I want to be able to connect West Nile. How I wish. First of all, my apologies for the many deadlines that I give. These are not deadlines that come from my head. When I visit, for example, Nyagak 3, I've gone there 4 times. And I am told that by June we will be done. The 6.5 megawatts will be done. And they require 28 billion shillings. And the president directs someone to provide the 28 billion. And I jump and say, we are going to get the money. And I don't get that money up to now. What do I do? Otherwise, Right Honorable Speaker, let me inform the people of West Nile that there is light at the end of the tunnel. When you see pylons going up to Arua, okay, and you see Arua substation getting completed, Nebi substation getting completed, and you see a line from Oruyo taking power to West Nile, there is light at the end of the tunnel. We've come from far.
Yeah, because Honorable Minister, beyond Nyagak, we have electricity that is redundant.
That is Oruyo, sir.
Yes. So when are we moving on that?
But I'm working.
As if that you have money for it.
I am working on the infrastructure that transports electricity. There is no other alternative other than transmission lines. It is not by border. It is not by bus. It is through a transmission line which we are working on, sir.
So do you have a new deadline?
I am not going to give a deadline now.
No, colleagues, let's move. Next item.
Item 36, statement on the financing for the higher education students financing board.
Yes, after that, then the Minister for Finance will give us an update on South Sudan. I wanted financing for higher education loan scheme to be tabled when he's still here. Honorable Minister for Education. Oh, it's finance also, yes.
Right Honorable, thank you very much. This is the Minister of Finance Business, and the Minister is on his way.
Thank you. Minister, you can use mine. Okay? Can use my copy. I hope I've given you the right document.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, it's the right document. Somebody has disorganized my papers. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the statement on Higher Education Students Financing Board This arrangement was established in February 2014 by an Act of Parliament, HESFB Act number 2 of 2014, with a mandate to provide loans and scholarships to Ugandan students to pursue higher education. HESFB is intended to provide loans and scholarships to Ugandan students who have qualified to pursue accredited courses of study or programs in the recognized higher education institutions in Uganda, but are unable to support themselves financially. HESBF implements the Students' Loan Scheme. In financial year 22-23, HESBFB provided loans and scholarships to 625 students. Now the budget performance. Right Honorable Speaker and members, since its establishment, the board has received shillings 123.76 billion and supported 28,155 students. In financial 22-23, a budget of shillings 29.520 billion was appropriated to support 3,764 students. However, on account of revenue shortfalls, only shillings 23 billion or 100 million was released. Right, Honorable Speaker and members, taking into account the total number of new students to be funded, ongoing students, the operation expenses, the total funds required for financial 23-24 are shillings 44.9 billion. However, on account of limited resources that were available at the time of concluding the financial 23-24 budget, only shillings 31.007 billion is available to the board, leading to a shortfall of shillings 13.958 billion that include funding for new students and arrears as detailed in the table below. Now, I don't know, Speaker, should I read this through this table? Oh, it's on our screen.
The document is uploaded, yeah.
So please, you can look at the screen and see the figures. To address the issue of funding shortfalls, we are organizing a supplementary budget to be submitted to this House at an appropriate time. The performance of the board for financial 23-24. The board has received shillings 14.545 billion in the first half of this financial year, equivalent to a budget outturn of 52% of shillings 27.521 appropriated by Parliament. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, that ends my statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. And this is very critical information. What I've picked out, the issue of the new students. Right, Honorable Minister, this loan scheme is some sort of an equalizer. It's a debt, but it's some sort. This is the only opportunity where a student from Karamoja will go for medicine. Okay? Especially on critical courses. Because you see, I was checking, for example, the students you have given me, you give me for government sponsorship in Mitoma. I get education, SWASA, social sciences. I try to check. No, that's under district quota, because every district gets under district quota. So every district gets. So I try to see whether I can have in a student for medicine. Never. I try to see whether I have a student for engineering. Never. And these are the courses for which you're rewarding people handsomely as a government by saying scientists are going to be well paid. Okay? Then courses for our poor people. Those ones you've made it a policy, they have to wait until you get more money. But these courses are being taken by people who are doing well. So this is the only course where I can know that I might not get marks of Makerere, but I will get for KIU and I study medicine. That I get for Ndeje and I study engineering. This is why you see us, Honorable Minister, very serious. But I'm concerned by your statement where you're saying you will bring a supplementary. Have you reached out to these institutions to say, don't chase our students, we are going to give you the money? Because the students have been chased out of school. The new ones have not been admitted. They are stuck. So what are you doing about it? Number two, you are allowed to use 3%. You are allowed to spend money under 3%, you come, you report Parliament. Why don't you consider this a very important priority? You use 3% supplementary, you release money. Then you will come here, we give you approval instead of giving it prior approval. You see, Honorable colleagues, you see, Honorable Minister, last time, and you know, when we are interacting with you, we and you, we interact well and we like each other so much. We show you where you're clever. And now, very critical items which they know that cannot fail past this house are put under supplementary for prior approval. Very questionable items are put under 3%. You come here when you've already spent. Now, you look at Honorable Kasai just saying you refuse to approve 1 trillion. You say even if you refused, we're going to Kasai to pay back 1 trillion. It's a practice year after year. On this one where our students are being chased and not allowed in schools, why don't you utilize 3% since you've committed on supplementary? No, let me just pick a few colleagues. I'm going to pick Karamoja. I pick Teso. I pick Bunyoro. I pick For Youth. I pick Esenu. I pick Choma. I pick which district is that on? Sorry. Yes, Docas. I've taken long without seeing you on. I'll pick no, those ones whom I had already picked today. You know my policy. No. Wait a bit. Yeah, wait a bit. Oh, I pick Honorable Kanwaja. I pick Remucha. I pick Terego. I'll pick I'll pick Bungoko. I pick Sebei. I pick Katuntu. I pick Jonam. I pick Elango. Pick Bukedi. I pick Kabare. I pick Dr. Pio. I pick you. I'm going to pick your honorable colleagues. We do quickly.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate your statements to this House today with regard to this higher education scholarship fund. And it's not the first time you have mentioned this, even on national television, about the idea of revising even admission to some of these universities. Because it rewards those who are better off, those who have paid their children in better university, in better schools. But for people largely from the rural areas who struggle there, it's a task of war. I want to attest to you and to this House, Mr. Speaker, that last year, when this scheme was running, it was able to support 65 students from Karamoja. A number of them are doing medicine in Imbara University, in Bushenyi campus, and a good number are doing IT here in Eastbat University along that road from Lugogo. It is a Lugogo bypass. It is really, as you said, an equalizer for many parts. And when they invited me, the chancellor there invited me, and I found that our colleagues here, you are also people there, I found that there were a number of students from Asholi, from deep in Kisoro, who were there. And I said, hey, this is great. Because this thing is helping, because for you to qualify, it's just enough to be admitted to a recognized institution of higher learning. And then you get the fund. Let's put affirmative action on this initiative, honorable members. It is helping a lot of young people and young boys and girls from across the country. Number two, Mr. Speaker, is that today is October. Those children had got admissions. What are we going to do? Because not many universities take children in January, because they will have to start in January. Can we understand the numbers? That will be, should we go out immediately and inform our young people that there is a window of opening, and those of you who have got admissions from any organized university in the science area, can we collect these numbers, prepare them for January intake? That's the further clarification I want to get from the minister.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Kumi.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to add my voice to actually applaud you for your consistency in the need to support the children of the poor with these government programs. Mr. Speaker, the first question, I think as a government, we need to make a follow-up of even the graduates that have been supported by the loan scheme. This is a loan scheme where government is supposed to recover some money. But what effort do we put in place to follow up those who qualify and they need the jobs? They need the jobs so that we can recover the what? The money. I think as Parliament, we need to be updated on such progress. Number two, Mr. Speaker, when the minister tells us that the budget is 44.9 billion, but only 31.007 has been made available, I thought because we know that education is the foundation and the background and a backbone to development of Uganda, this is a priority. Why would the ministry really provide the 31 billion and leave out the rest? I thought all these 44.9 billion would have been provided to support this scheme. And finally, the supplementary, the minister says that it will be brought here at an appropriate time. That is being open. This is being open. We know the schedules of the admissions in the universities, time for graduation and everything. Let the minister tell us the specific time when he will bring the supplementary on the floor of Parliament so that we support, other than bringing supplementaries late and they don't benefit the Ugandans. Thank you.
No, Honorable Christine, I guided very well. This is a supplementary, okay? The minister has powers to spend from July, to spend up to 3% and report by December. That is for 4 months. So we are saying instead of this money being under the supplementary which needs processing by the House that takes long, let him spend it within 3% and then we shall approve when he brings it here. This one, once he decides, even tomorrow, he can release money. Yeah.
If he still
Honourable Minister, he is itching to say something about that. Yeah.
I'm not a minister. Is he in order?
He's not in order.
Colleagues, this is a serious matter which cannot wait until you approve the 3%. The good thing the law allows me to spend, and then I come under 3%, then I come and explain to Parliament to approve my expenditure. Therefore, we shall do what is necessary. Listen, please, come on. We shall do, or we shall provide under the 3% as per law.
Thank you. Honorable, we miss you. You should always come very often, eh? Because you solve very many problems. Now, honorable colleagues, I don't know what we contribute when he has provided money. Because we have other critical items.
Yes.
Apart from going on the Hansard.
But
Huh?
I just 1 minute.
Let us first handle item number 4.
Item 4, 1, laying of papers, proposal to borrow up to United States dollars 295 million from the Islamic Development Bank and the United States dollars 30 million from the OPEC Fund for the International Development for the upgrading of National Boats Project in Uganda.
Honorable Minister. Colleagues, it's on the order paper. If you have not read the order paper.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, to again allow me to propose to borrow up to United States dollars 295 million from the Islamic Development Bank and the United States dollars 30 million from the OPEC Fund for the International Development for the upgrading of national roads projects in Uganda.
Thank you.
I beg to lay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Minister. The request is referred to the Committee on National Economy and the Relevant Sector Committee as per Rule 155 of our Rules of Procedure, and please report back within time. Within time. And Honorable colleagues, this business of saying we've delayed reporting back because of benchmarking and all that, please, within time. Thank you.
Item 4.2, laying of papers, proposal to borrow up to USD 325 million and receive a grant of up to SDR 19.5 million, equivalent to US dollars 25 million from the International Development Association of the World Bank Group to finance the Uganda Climate Smart Agricultural Transformation Project.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Switch on, Honorable Minister.
I am bringing a proposal to borrow up to USD dollars 325 million and receive a grant of up to special drawing rights 19.5 million, equivalent to US dollars 25 million from the International Development Association, IDA, of the World Bank Group to finance the Uganda Climate Smart Agricultural Transformation Project, UCSARTP. I wish to lay.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The request is referred to the Committee on National Economy to be processed as per Rule 155, and the relevant sectoral committee, please report back in time like the previous one. I think we go back, we handle the statement for older persons.
Item.
Just wait a bit, Honorable Kupa, you had a clarification.
Yes,
and then Honorable Seko.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your indulgence. Right Honorable Speaker, the first loan proposal the minister has laid here for upgrading national roads. Right Honorable Speaker, for purposes of equity, we have had issues here. The Minister of Finance, wherever they bring loans here, in order to members to understand properly, brings with the specific roads mentioned. Right Honorable Speaker, this time, I don't know why he has changed to generalize that the loan is for upgrading national roads without going into specifics. Right Honorable Speaker, we have had outstanding issues on some roads that needed upgrading, which the President has kept missing, like Kumi, Serere, Kasilo, Kagwara Road, Serere, Soroti. It was in the program, it was moved out. Apart from that, but Right Honorable Speaker, there are others in other regions. So it's very important that let other areas also benefit equally. I remember at one point, they shifted money.
Honorable Kupa, these are the details which the committee will handle and report here. The way the minister has brought it, okay, is how they captured it when they were negotiating. So the other details, let's wait for them here. It can't be approved without coming here.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I was using the historical way we have approved because he has always come with the specifics. But if that's the case, let the Committee of National Economy. But I have put my case on the table for this to take note. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, I seek clarification from the Honorable Minister over the statement on the loan scheme. In his report, he indicates that in the financial year 2022-23, they were able to provide for scholarships of 625 students. However, when he goes down to talk about the budget performance, he indicates that in the same financial year, they had planned to support 3,764, and using 29 billion shillings. However, he states that there was a shortfall, and they received 23 billion, meaning that's the 23 billion which supported the 625. And yet the shortfall is only 6 billion. So what was the magic that was supposed to help finance 3,100 plus students using the shortfall of 6 billion? That's the clarification I wanted to find out.
No, Honorable, I'm not going to reopen that. I'm going to reopen that issue. The committee, once they are processing the supplementary, this is one of the issues they can take note of and handle. Okay? Colleagues, let's move. I don't want us to reopen.
Item 3, statement by Minister on the International Older Persons Day.
Honorable Minister, 10 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, colleagues, honorable members of Parliament. I rise to brief you about the just concluded commemoration of the International Day for Older Persons, as it happened during our recess, more or less. Right Honorable Speaker, the purpose of this Parliament statement is to provide information to Parliament regarding this year's International Day for Older Persons that took place on 1st October 2023 in Chegegwa District. Right Honorable Speaker, the United Nations General Assembly under Resolution 45/106 designated 1st October the International Day for Older Persons. Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda commemorated this for the first time in 1999, and throughout the world it was on 1st October 1991. The International Day for Older Persons is a day for raising awareness of the needs and the concerns of older persons. Furthermore, in Uganda, this day is used to take stock of the achievements made during the year towards service delivery to older persons, reviewing challenges faced, and mapping out strategies to address the challenges. Right Honourable Speaker and the Members of Parliament, between 2017 and 2050, the number of older persons in the developing world is predicted to increase from 652 million to 2.1 billion. By 2047, there will be more older persons than children. The Uganda National Household Survey 2019-2020 indicates that the population of older persons increased from 1.7 million in 2017 to 2.2 million in 2019-2020. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, this increase in population is as a result of improved life expectancy among older persons, in addition to improved health-seeking behavior among others. Colleagues, government is committed and prepared to address the concerns and the needs that come with increased older persons population by eliminating all forms of neglect, abuse, violence as provided for under Article 32 of the Constitution, while promoting recognition of their contribution to national development. This year's International Day for Older Persons brought together stakeholders across ministries, departments, agencies, given the multi-sectoral nature of aging issues. Most importantly, the day brought together older persons in celebration of their achievement and the contributions to national development, while highlighting emerging challenges and identifying solutions to them. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, the objectives of this statement therefore are: 1. Inform Parliament that Uganda joined the rest of the world to celebrate the International Day for Older Persons on 1st October 2023. 2. Inform Parliament that the theme for the International Day of Older Persons 2023 was Health Aging, a call for action. 3. Inform Parliament that the venue for the national celebrations was Humura Primary School Playground, Chegegwa District. 4. Inform Parliament that the Right Honourable Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, Robin Anabanja, presided over the celebrations. Theme for the International Day for Older Persons 2023, Right Honourable Speaker, is Health Aging, a call for action. The theme was derived from the United Nations Decade of Health Aging 2020 to 2023, which envisages a world where everyone can live a long and healthy life. Colleagues, government has progressively advanced in enhancing access to health for Ugandans, as evidenced in the increased life expectancy from 45 years in 2000 to the current 64 years in 2023. It should be noted that as people age, their intrinsic and functional capacities decline, and the environment where older persons live determine their capacity to enhance their functional abilities. For instance, older persons can effectively access health facilities if they are physically accessible with ramps and staffed with health workers skilled to handle old age diseases. Right Honorable Speaker and members, several studies indicate that older persons aged 75 years and above report the highest number of sick days, an average of 11 days in a month. Indeed, the aging process increases vulnerability to certain non-communicable diseases, NCDs, which include heart disease, cancer, arthritis, dementia, eye disease, diabetes, hypertension, among others. Unfortunately, the requests from lower health facilities, especially Health Center 3s, for drugs from national medical stores do not include supplies to manage these old age-related complications. Many older persons are forced to travel long distances to regional and national referral hospitals with associated high costs to obtain these services, while others remain in their homes to die due to lack of medical supplies for the major old age-related diseases in their localities. Colleagues, the challenge older persons face is accessing specialized health care is also evidenced by lack of geriatricians in our National Health Service structure, with only one stationed at Mulago. Therefore, majority of older persons do not receive the specialized health care needed, in addition to negative perceptions where older persons are in most cases perceived to be suffering from old age. Colleagues, in 2021, His Excellency the President directed my ministry to develop guidelines on health aging to guide the community workers on how to support older persons live healthy lives. The guidelines are ready and they were developed in partnership with Ministry and World Health Organization. His Excellency the President had also directed the Ministry of Health to ensure old age-related diseases are provided for in the request for drugs by lower health facilities. That old age medical specialists, also known as geriatricians, are recruited and awareness on diagnosis for older age diseases is prioritized. This year's theme enabled government to understand the unique health needs of older persons and plan how to provide inclusive health services to improve the well-being of older persons. Right Honorable Speaker and members of Parliament, during the commemoration, key achievements, challenges, and advocacy actions were reported in relation to upholding the rights and welfare of older persons. The reported status was as follows. 1. Under SAGE, the Senior Citizens Grant for older persons above 80 years was sustained. The Parliament appropriate a total of Uganda shillings 121 billion, and this program is now fully funded by the government of Uganda. Over 300,000 older persons continue to receive their monthly social pension, and this has been transformative in their lives. Biannual progress briefs to honorable members will be shared. 2. Makerere University School of Public Health commenced on the postgraduate curriculum for a geriatrics course. The course is expected to build a cadre of doctors to transform health service delivery in terms of proper diagnosis for older persons' health conditions. 3. Government of Uganda approved the ratification of the African Union Protocol on the rights of older persons. This is a fundamental tool in terms of concretizing African solidarity in the protection of African values and the restoration of respect for other persons in Africa. 4. Amendments to the parish development model procedures to ensure access to 10% by older person groups exclusively was achieved as earlier highlighted by the chairperson. It was highlighted in where we had the International Day for Older Persons, Chegegwa. However, some few PDM circles in some local governments are still not allowing older persons to form their exclusive groups due to ageism mentality. We appeal that this negative mentality changes. 5. Special Enterprise Grant for Older Persons known as SEGOP was sustained to support vulnerable older persons who cannot benefit under SAGE or other wealth creation grants due to their poor health conditions. A total of 566 groups of older persons were supported last financial year across the country, and more 800 groups are expected to benefit this year, 2022-2024. Annual progress briefs will be shared with honorable members showing the breakdown per local government. Issues of concern to older persons. 1. Amendments to a MYOGA program to include older persons as category 20 is pending. The ministry in charge of microfinance is yet to address this matter. We hope this will be fast-tracked through further engagements. 2. Waiver on correcting errors on NIRA cards, hence payment exclusion under SAGE due to age understatement. This needs urgent attention and discussions are underway with the Ministry of Internal Affairs. 3. The ministry is studying the proposal from the chairperson of MPs for Persons with Disability Forum on the lowering of the SAGE targeting to 60 years for older persons with disability. Since there are very few, a position will be taken and communicated soon. 4. Development of interministerial national guidelines for meaningful inclusion and affirmative action for older persons in all sectors. I repeat, development of international national guidelines for meaningful inclusion and affirmative action for older persons in all sectors. These would address the moral issues where service providers and the public no longer give space to older persons on public transport system, in banking lines, in health facilities, in shopping malls, among others. The Special Enterprise Grant for Older Persons funding was supposed to be Uganda shillings 10 billion, but only Uganda shillings 5 billion was appropriated. With your support, efforts will be made to bridge the gaps next financial year. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, this year the following activities were conducted during the commemoration at Humura Primary School grounds, Chegegwa Town. A. Launch of a manual on appropriate enterprises for older persons. This is expected to support older persons in selection of viable enterprises. B. Provision of dummy checks for older persons groups in Chegegwa, Fort Portal, Kabarole, and Chenjojo were carried out. C. Gifting of 20 oldest older persons, and the oldest was 134 years from Fort Portal City. D. Mobilization for prevent and D-Day activities, including health camp for older persons, SAGE payments and NIRA registration. I want to thank the MPs for older persons and MPs from Chegegwa district, especially Flavia Kabahembe, for the excellent mobilization. I also want to thank all our people who were involved in this mobilization. We had an estimated attendance of over 2,000 people at the venue, and a majority of whom were older persons, out of the targeted 1,500. A total of 260 older persons were examined during the 3-day health camp and treated or referred for further management. F. A total of 20 radio talk shows and 6 TV shows were aired, raising awareness on health aging. Venue and chief guest for the national celebrations. Colleagues, since the inception of celebrating this day, Uganda has been organizing the day on a regional rotational basis. Last year, the day was hosted by Northern Region Nebi District. The venue for this year's celebration, according to the rotational matrix, was Western. Chegegwa District at Umura Primary School Playground. The chief guest for the national celebration was the Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda. Conclusion. Right Honorable Speaker and the members of Parliament, I thank you for listening. I wish you to acknowledge and appreciate the honorable members of Parliament for their efforts in enacting legislations and budget allocations towards older persons' empowerment. I thank the members of Parliament who joined us in Chegegwa District for the national commemorations. I urge members to continuously interact with older persons in their constituencies to better understand their concerns, as we are all destined to the same end. I thank you and I beg to lay the paper I've read.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, honorable members of Parliament.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Minister, some might not reach the old age.
Right Honorable.
No, Honorable Kasaija, we still need you. We are discussing your issues now, issues of the elderly.
Right Honorable Speaker, during our celebrations, we blessed all the MPs current to go at least to 90 years.
Thank you. Thank you. So thank you, Honorable Minister, and congratulations on that task. You performed excellently. He happens also to be the chairperson of the NRM Elders League. And a member of Parliament for the elderly.
Right Honorable members, I'm just committed to the strategies of older persons. And my tenure is brief, it's only 2 terms. And after 2 terms, I will retire.
Thank you. That's an indirect way of asking for another term. Now, Honorable Minister, I want to make a humble request, and I hope my colleagues allow, that this person, whom you have said is 134 years, the old person, the oldest person in the country, Parliament makes special arrangements of bringing him or her here, and we pay tribute to such a person. Huh?
Right Honorable Speaker, actually she's...
Let's listen, colleagues.
She's actually frail, and she's from Fort Portal. The journey is long.
No, I have said special arrangements. That one would be with the Speaker, if it is possible.
No, Right Honorable Speaker, it would be honorable, it would be acceptable, and we shall look forward to it. And I thank you in advance.
Because honorable colleagues, this is it's a real big record. You know, living up to that age, someone who is 100 years 100 plus years older than Rugumayo, than Kawanda here. So, Honorable Kawanda, now you need to learn the trick of living up to that age. Number two, Honorable Minister, I saw on the activities, I am concerned. You said you provided dummy checks, but you are complaining about money. Were they matched with money?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I didn't complain about money. What I said, first of all, I thanked you, whatever you had given. But at the same time, it's inadequate.
So the people you gave dummy checks also got money?
The people we gave dummy checks are under the SEGO, the Special Enterprise Grant for Other Persons. And we wanted them, since they had come from the whole country, to know that government is doing something. And we made sure that those districts in Western region got these dummy checks.
No, a dummy is a dummy.
Yes.
Now, me, I'm interested in real cash.
What I'm saying, they have got real cash.
Okay.
But we wanted to...
No, you've sorted me.
Yeah.
Because one can stop at a dummy. So, now, colleagues, I want to give you a chance. There are colleagues I had picked. I had picked earlier on. Wow. Do we have some elderly MPs? I will start with Jonam. Okay? I will start with Jonam. I will request the young ones like Chinyamatama to be seated. Anyway, no, I will allow you, colleagues. Let's do a very quick round. If you have already spoken, please take your seat. Just save me so that I pick. So I'm going to, we have a doctor. You know, doctors help so much. Old people also, music helps so much. So these are tactics of growing older. Yes, I have a nutritionist here who ensures. Then Honorable Viraro is an elder. I have another elder in Honorable Gwar. Then Honorable Muhesi. Then I'm going to pick you, Honorable colleagues. I'm going to do a round. Let's do.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Equal opportunities, Chair. Yeah.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the government for two things for the elderly persons. Number one,
2 minutes each.
I want to thank them for the fact that this financial year, there is going to be no anxiety created in the money that is supposed to go for SAGE and the other elderly programs. I'm saying this because last financial year, Right Honorable Speaker, you remember that we created a lot of anxiety in our elderly persons because their budget was cut and they were worried what was happening. It took a lot of pleadings, particularly from the forum, to make sure that that budget was reinstated. So this year that there is no such anxiety, I want to thank government for that. I also want to thank government for this day. And the other year it was in Nebi. I can tell you, you would see into the eyes of the elderly persons how happy they were celebrating their day. Although, of course, in Nebi there was that disappointment. You know, it was on the very day that we got to know that His Excellency was not coming. But initially people were prepared and the elderly were very, very happy. Now, because of that kind of happiness, we know that the national celebration, which is only one, we can't take all the elderly persons to that venue. And I am requesting, if possible, we start to think about having such a day in districts so that every year, and Right Honorable Speaker, I want you to also know that sometimes some of these elderly persons, that is the only opportunity they have for coming out of their homes. A lot of times they are just in their homes, but if an opportunity comes that they can move out of their homes, it...
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, as you might have seen on social media, I visited one of our senior elders, Honorable Rhoda Karima, whom I would encourage all female MPs, I would encourage you, Mama Rhoda Karema, who is considered as a mother of parliament and one of the people who have served this county diligently. She has written a very good book, which I would encourage you to read. But also, once you engage with her, one thing I've seen, these elderly people are only just someone to talk to, someone to share, and they have very interesting ideas. She shared with me ideas on the issue of the girl child. She took me through the emancipation of the women campaign she underwent. I'm sure Honorable Naomi Kabasharira equally played a critical role. She was in the CA, she was a minister. She took me through issues of education, but you could see the passion is deep. You know, for us, we are still hungry for world things, but now these ones are concerned on where they are leaving the country. Where am I leaving you, my children? Where am I leaving you, my grandchildren? So whenever you have an opportunity, reach out to the old people, check on them. It really, really means, a lot to them. Okay? Dr. Tahigwa?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank the Minister, State for Gender, for the elderly. Right Honorable Speaker, he has mentioned a number of challenges, and one of them is equitable access to health care. And he mentioned the number of diseases, and as somebody who has been in service delivery, I know how painful it is to go to a facility and you cannot access the medicines, and the medicines are not there. I'm wondering of recent, Right Honorable Speaker, His Excellency the President gave a directive on recruitment of doctors at a level of Health Center 3. And that can solve a lot, because availability of certain medicines at certain levels of care will depend on staffing. I would want to know, since the Minister of Health is here, Finance and maybe Public Service, they need to take the directive, the President's directive, quicker than they are doing. Otherwise, the doctors are available, but once they are recruited and at the Health Center 3, a lot of things, service delivery will definitely improve. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Dr. Tahigwa was sharing with Honorable Achia here. You see, the doctors are available, the medicine is available, but affordability. Where is the health insurance scheme? No, Honorable Minister, you need to update us, because that's what the elderly need. Not only the elderly, but even all of us. Okay? Yes, even members of parliament, the health insurance scheme, if it could cover, Dr. Tahigwa, I'm sure your clinic now, you can even triple the doctors you have, because you would expand it, you employ people, as you would be getting revenue, business would be big. So, Honorable Minister, when we are doing responses, you will touch on the issue of health insurance, you update us. Rachel? And then Tim Muge.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to thank the Minister for the statement he gave this evening. One thing that I have noticed, because I'm taking care of an elderly mother, there is only one geriatrician in Uganda. So the emergency for training people to specialize, there might be many doctors, but those who have specialized in taking care of older persons, I know only one in Kampala. Now, if there's only one in Kampala, what's happening to the rest of the country? So we really need to speed up on the progress to get people to train and start taking care of older persons. Also, activities for older persons in the communities. When we prepare activities, there is nothing that involves in the social community development programs that are made. So older persons are lonely, and they suffer more from loneliness and depression than real disease that come up. So I request that that is looked into so that our older people get better care. Thank you.
Thank you. Isaac, and then Dr. Kamara, then Judith Adiek.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like again to thank the Right Honorable Minister of State for Older Persons for the passionate care he has actually to the elderly. Last year in Nebi, there was a very good turn-up, and he was very passionate about it. Regarding this year's theme, healthy aging, there's actually no better way of aging than good nutrition to our elderly. But unfortunately, due to the budgetary constraints, that is not something that actually we can take on as government to monitor what our elderly persons actually have. But if there was a way, this would actually go a long way in ensuring that our elderly persons actually live a healthy life. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, it is sad, but in one of the recent studies showed that there was a prevalence of almost 89% of abuse towards our elderly persons. This ranged from mental abuse, sadly even up to sexual abuse and physical abuse, which is absolutely very sad. So I would actually urge that we intensify, especially with the people like the VHTs that we have, to increase the amount of times they pay a visit to our elderly people, just to have some words or two. And lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, on the issue which was mentioned in the report, the issue of NIRA. Most of the elderly persons actually suffer a lot on the issue of changing their details on NIRA, especially regarding the age. If NIRA could organize some workshops, special workshops for the elderly, so that those issues can be tackled with special consideration. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mhesi, Dr. Kamara.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for the good report and elaborate one. And I thank you for all you have mentioned that concerns the older people. But on the issue of geriatric doctors, yes, if we can even slow down to the nurses, especially the VHTs, because these people, they really don't, they are those that cannot move, like the one you've mentioned, the 134, cannot move from her home or his home to the nearest health center. So if the VHTs can be given that opportunity or training to take care of those old people. Then the issue of PDM. Actually, in my district in Kazu, they have been denied even the PDM and the Myoga. And for the Myoga, I think it is very, very difficult. Yes. Then another thing is that the lack of medication at the health centers that concerns them. Because when you realize those older people, they all have similar conditions, like either it's high blood pressure or diabetic or those kinds of issues. But what is lacking are the medicines for them.
Thank you. Dr. Kamara, then Adiek.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the good report.
If it means using 1 minute, we shall do that. I pick many of you.
I want to thank the Minister for having a good theme of healthy aging, call for action. Now, the older people are especially exposed to non-communicable diseases. And as you age, you get many complications. One of the complications, which is obvious, is that there is reduced mobility. But like in a disease like diabetes, diabetes is the leading cause of amputations. It is the leading cause of blindness. Hypertension is the leading cause of stroke. Therefore, there is a big call to improve on rehabilitative medicine.
Conclude, Honorable. Don't press quietly. You just conclude.
Thank you so much for giving me some more time. But also we have talked about geriatric medicine. On top of not having doctors, we don't have courses in universities, and we don't have a department of geriatric medicine at the Ministry of Health. Therefore, we must create courses at all universities in Uganda, medical schools, and at the same time create a department at the Ministry of Health to cater for geriatric medicine. I thank you.
Thank you. Judith Adiek.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for his great report. And I see there is an improvement in life expectancy in this country. And in this report, he indicated that by 2047, there will be more older persons than younger people. I don't know whether it will happen in Uganda, considering the fact that there is high fertility rate, and we have teenage mothers that are really, really producing many children in this country. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm also wondering, one time we brought here a report about the age of the older persons that should be considered for SAGE, up to 70 for the men and then 65 for the women. And this report was approved by this parliament. So I'm really asking the minister if this is an action taken report by sustaining 80 years for everyone and just reducing for persons with.
Namayingo, then Nyachkongoro.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I want to thank the Minister for the statement. However, Right Honorable Speaker, my concern is on the elders who are on the streets now begging. We've been knowing the street children, but it's now becoming a common practice to see elders on the streets of this country begging. That signifies that there is a big problem. And it is our duty either to sensitize our communities so that they can learn to take care of these old persons in their communities, and also if government can think of coming up with the homes of the elderly, so that instead of someone dying on the street like a dog, they can have some hope of at least being somewhere catered for by government. So it is.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, just calm down. When you start putting me on pressure through signs and what, my feeling is you want to speak and go. Okay? Number two, if a session is still going on, why the panic? Number three, not every day you come here you must speak. There are days you won't speak. I want to put it on record. Because if I was to speak the same people every day, then other people will not speak. So sometimes you see me, I'm trying to check around, I give opportunity to other colleagues to also go on record, because they also have views of their constituents. Number four, even if I don't pick you, don't take it personal. Even me, if you sat in my seat here, if you sat here and you see, because on average, if I'm to pick 20 people, 1 hour is gone. Okay? And then I have another paper to finish. So really, I want to be, you must know, I'll be accepting your punches, your anger, your what, okay? But I try to balance the boat in whichever way possible I can see. So, and then I was coming to Gwar.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate the Minister for the report, but also to say that we appreciate the government for providing SAGE money and some other grants. However, I've realized that even this money does not necessarily benefit the elderly people. They look after their grandchildren, the great-grandchildren, and they don't care about themselves to the extent that they are no longer even eating well. The elderly are ignored, they are neglected. Actually, hunger is going to kill them. When you go into the villages and get interacting with them, they don't even give them food. So I think as government, I don't know what we are going to do to implore, because they really worked hard, they have their land, the children are struggling with their land, they want to kill them.
Thank you, Ogwar. And then...
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Thank you very much for the presentation, Honourable Minister. I think the major issues which I want to re-emphasize, which you made, is on the age. You clearly mentioned that it is life expectancy is 64. Then if you say 80, who is going to be alive to enjoy the SAGE? So consider reducing it as we have recommended. The other issue is on PDM. Right Honourable Speaker, I consulted with some of the elderly, their perception was, since under PDM you have to refund, and they have seen how people have been handled while trying to pay back loans. Then they told me that, are you
Conclude, Honorable.
Are you planning to steal our land? Because we have seen the style at which they go for people who have not paid other loans, because they are confusing the two. They have challenges. My recommendation is for government to consider if some other incentive could be given. Possibly we think of, even if they're giving them PDM, they just pay the principal without interest. Thank you.
Taleja, and then Oyam.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to join my colleagues in thanking the Minister for the good statement in commemoration of the International Older Persons Day. I would also like to make a recommendation that the number he mentioned, by 2040, we shall hit a time bomb. As government, we need to plan very, very, very seriously. Why? Many of the older persons have suffered abuse and exclusion in their communities and in their own same families. And I would like to recommend and ask the Ministry of Health to work together with the Ministry of Older Persons if they can set up care homes. From these care homes, that's where we shall get the people who be trained to look after these people, and the people who are having their pensions, by the way, but they don't know where to spend their pension. Their children are fighting for the same pension, and like Honorable Nyakigongoro has said, they are spending the money on their grandchildren. So they have been really...
Thank you, Oyam. Then our Ed Abiraro.
Thank
and
you so
then
much.
we come to Kasoro.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speakers. I thank the Minister for coming up with this statement. My first question, Honorable Minister, you have talked of bringing a report here soon about the reduction of hedge from 80, because really they are not there. When is this coming? Because this is one of the questions that we face in our constituencies. Then two, Right Honorable Speaker, I went to two countries, China and Mauritius, where they call them the centenarians, those ones who have reached 100 years. There are places where they bring them over the weekends, and you really enjoy looking at them, and they enjoy life. To me, I think, on top of all these things that we are putting forward, if we could come up with some idea like this, where they are valued, where they're relieved from that kind of loneliness, because after all,
Conclude.
this is where we are all going. These are the people who have made tremendous contribution to this country and to the world. We are because they did something very important towards us. I want to thank you.
Thank you, Biraro. Then Honorable Kasoro.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister very, very much for the good and elaborate report. Right Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank you for suggesting and asking that the oldest person be brought here. May you allow me, Right Honorable Speaker, also to ask you to allow, say, 20 people, the oldest 20 people in the country, be brought here. It would be a very nice day for us to see and enjoy. Say like the 20 oldest people. Right Honorable Speaker, health aging, our health centers really leave a lot to be desired. May I propose, Right Honorable Speaker, that when our elderly people, say above 60 years, reach a health facility, they are given special attention, a special desk to receive them and give them treatment. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, in my area, the elderly are killed by stress. There are a lot of thieves who come steal their sheep, their goats, their everything. And whenever they report to police,
Conclude, Honorable.
Whenever they report to police, it is business as usual. Can there be special tribunals to try people who stress the elderly in terms of bad manners? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Yes,
thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I just want to appreciate the report of the Minister. It was very catching because he highlighted most of the issues and he touched them. My colleagues he has just hinted on the matter. one of the challenges which the minister forgot, these old persons have a challenge that most they are being deprived out their properties. When you look at the news, both print and the electronic media, you see there is a problem that Honorable Minister, you need to move an extra mile and save the elderly. They are usually deprived of their properties by their clan people, the sons and everybody. It's a general problem and the trend is worrying. This is an old person, but he had the property, but these people are fighting for the property and they want him to be killed. Honorable Minister, that's a net.
Conclude. Thank you. Yes, Rakai, then Terego, then Toroko.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for this wonderful report. Since Central Region could be the next to host the Elders Day, we request that Rakai District hosts it next. And secondly, depression is the major cause, or unfitness is the major cause of the NCDs that we have. I am thinking that if we have our VHTs trained and create village clubs for our elders to always go maybe every Sunday or Saturday for just an exercise, for just dancing, we have had some of these activities and the elders really get so excited and you treat the NCDs in the process. Sports inclusive. And secondly, we do not have easy access to NCD treatment or drugs in our health centers. So we request that government looks into.
Conclude, Honorable, conclude. Switch on, conclude.
I conclude by requesting that there should be an update of the elderly that are not yet on the beneficiary lists. Because we see the previous ones that were there, even when they make 8 years, NERA is not updating the list of beneficiaries. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Terego?
Yeah, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate government for the Social Protection Fund. This has brought our elderly from very far. Most of our elderly have children that are abandoned by their maybe children also. Instead of being a grandparent, you now become a babysitter. It is really bad. I think we need to go an extra mile, especially the district officials in the probation area that is under Ministry of Gender to help the elderly. Some of their money is taken away. And as if that is not enough insult, the elderly are beaten over land. They are forced to relegate land when they are supposed to apportion it amongst their children. Then, thank you. They need more love and protection from us. Lastly, the Forum for Social Protection of Parliament has tried to negotiate with NERA to see to it that they stop using the fingerprints when they are taking details of the elderly persons, and this is working on well. Maybe some districts have not got knowledge of this. This has really helped them. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Mtoroko, then Honorable Kahonda, then Lagen.
Thank you so much, the Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I also want to thank the Honorable Minister for the report. It's a really wonderful report. Honorable Minister and the honorable colleagues, I really want to thank His Excellency the President for the peace of Uganda. Because should there be war, I know the elderly are the most affected people. Throughout, I think His Excellency the President, with our mighty UPDF, have kept the country safe. So the elderly are ready, are assured of life. Because some of us who stay near some countries that have war like Congo, we see how elders are killed because they cannot run, they cannot fight, so are just left and killed. So I want to thank him for that. I want really to agree with the on the issue of age.
age really 8 years, that's too much. At least 70 years, that one can work. Lastly, the Right Honorable Speaker, I want to agree on the health insurance scheme. These elders, when they grow old, many diseases set in, and they don't have the capacity of medication and taking care of them. So government really should rush in having the health insurance scheme, and which will take care of these elderly persons in the country. I want to thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you, Kahonda. Then again.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the other day, when we were commemorating World Teachers' Day, the talk was, we are what we are because they are. And Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, for our parents, for our grandfathers and grandmothers, we are what we are because they are there. Right Honorable Speaker, the other day I was in my constituency, and the elderly, they were going to get the SAGE money. And most of them came back when they were frustrated. Reason being was that they were not captured. And when I tried to interrogate, I found one of them actually who was 94 years with the baptism card. What was captured on the national ID was 60 years. So, Right Honorable Speaker, as a committee of...
Honorable, conclude quickly.
As a Committee of Defense and Internal Affairs, we interacted with NIRA to address this matter. Probably I would implore the minister responsible to get in touch with the Minister of Internal Affairs so that these days the elderly can be given affirmative action and can be given a special case. In the case one loses an ID, Right Honorable Speaker, the elderly, they must go through the same process. Probably these negotiations can try to cure some of those concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I had picked again.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to thank the Minister for the report given. My concerns specifically gets on the issue of the medical insurance. I understand in the 10th Parliament there was a bill that was brought here, but the President did not assent to it, and it was taken back. It is my humble prayer and appeal to the Minister to make sure to follow up that the bill may be brought back, because it would be very useful for the elders to have free medical health care. For example, one of the elders that was mentioned here, 134 years. It would be difficult for the patient to get the money, go for medical services in terms of distance, in terms of transport. If the government would come with an initiative for free medical health care, that would be very useful. Two, the Right Honorable Speaker, I also pray that the government strengthen the institution of the traditional leaders, especially the clans. The clans need to be strengthened because these elders stay in the community. Now, if the clans' capacity are built, the government empower them, they will be able to take care of these elders. Some of these elders are homeless. Some of these elders are widows and widowers. They need proper care. So if the government can support the clan, then this elder will live a very good life. And then, thirdly, I also pray the government creates a conducive environment, especially the recreational activities at the regional basis, where annually or quarterly, some of these elders are brought to perform some of the activities that give them that life support, joy, and happiness. And this will create life transformation in them, and they will live for a longer time. I thank you. I beg to submit.
Busiki Muuma Ntungamo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I stand to, first of all, thank the Minister for the report that was elaborate. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the issue of the elderly in this country needs to be given a little more attention. Right Honorable Speaker, in the health center 3s of this country, government does not distribute their medicine for non-communicable diseases. And yet, as you grow older, some of these NCDs sets in. And I think we need to give it a serious attention. And secondly, we need, as we promote patriotism in this country, we also need to deliberately sensitize our younger generation to really respect the elderly, prioritize the elderly in all aspects, more especially when it comes to getting social services. I'd also like to add that for the sake of SAGE, the guidelines, it's like they are cast in stone. For those elderly who cannot access the distribution centers, there are no provisions even for their relatives to go and receive such money on their behalf. I want to propose that there should be exceptions to the requirement that the elderly should go in physically to pick their money. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Mouma.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the President of the Republic of Uganda for being alive to affirmative action. The other day when he was talking of fishermen and fisherwomen, one of the dockets that he really addressed our plight, for the time I served on the Appointments Committee, we kept appealing to the President and requesting him to consider the Ministry of Elderly and the Ministry of Disabled People to be given to members representing those specific dockets. I'm really happy that Honorable Gidudu is in the right docket and the statement is communicating volumes because he appreciates his docket very well. So I have to thank him for that. Mr. Speaker, the issue of district registrars under NIRA needs to be given special attention. There are districts that...
Conclude, Honorable Mouma. Conclude.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are districts that do not have registration officials. Like in Arua, we made a benchmark study. The DRA of Arua district is the one handling Arua City, Madiokolo, and the neighboring districts. So elderly people are inconvenienced to go and update, validate their particulars to benefit from these services. So we are appealing to government to review the ban that was slapped on recruitment. NIRA needs special attention. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues in the VIP gallery this afternoon. I think it's already evening. Yes. Oh, I have other colleagues coming in. Yes, let me just do one round. I had allowed in Tungamo.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. I take this opportunity to thank our Minister for the comprehensive report. I really thank this government for taking care of older persons by giving them this man of SAGE and special grant for older persons. Right Honourable Speaker, if we can help the older persons, especially on health care, we can make it a deliberate effort. We do outreaches at Health Center 3s and sometimes Health Center 2s. Because like in my district, you find Health Center 3s are very far from parishes because our sub-counties are too big. We can also help them by providing some medicines or drugs, especially for pressure, diabetes, and those who have cancer, especially prostate cancer for older men. So I really ask this government and this parliament, if we can provide this, our older persons will live a happy life. Thank you so much.
Thank you, colleagues. I'm excited to introduce our guests in the VIP gallery this afternoon. We have the Honorable Silvanus Osolo, the Majority Whip, Parliament of Kenya, is an equivalent of the Chief Whip here, Parliament of Kenya, and our very good brother. He led a delegation from Kenya to come and work with us around the National Prayer Breakfast. They've been with us. He went with us to Kitgum yesterday. He attended the independence celebrations. So we are really glad to be here. We also have Honorable Dr. Lilian Gogo, ODM. You can see how matters of the nation are matters of the nation. Yes, and she's also a member of Parliament for National Assembly of Kenya. And she also joined us. She's been with us. They had a very big delegation which joined us for National Prayer Breakfast. We also have Mary Murinde, and she works with World Vision in Kenya. She was part of the delegation. I was supposed to join them this afternoon to pay courtesy to His Excellency the President, but Honorable Bahati did a good job. So we welcome you, colleagues, and thank you for joining us. We are brothers.
UBC, inspiring Uganda. Up next on UBC, brought to you by
dial *185 *85 hash to open an SCD account and apply for Airtel shares.
Airtel, a reason to imagine.
Ifuatayo ni taarifa ya habari kutoka hapa UBC TV jijini Kampala. Jina langu naitwa Bella Masangano, na katika habari ya kwanza, Waziri Mkuu nchini Robina Nabanja amezindua vituo vitatu vya afya na maabara vyenye thamani ya shilingi bilioni 2.6 wilayani Kakumiro. Vituo hivyo viligharimiwa ujenzi wake na serikali chini ya mpango wa Uganda Intergovernmental Fiscal Transfers UGIFT program ulioanzishwa mwaka 2017. Vituo hivyo vitajikita katika utoaji huduma za afya ya uzazi miongoni mwa masuala mengine ya kiafya.
Murugo mu kiliniki, murugo mu batibiye, muri mikaeli muzalira. Hano okubashua Mungu oli maiso ku busawo aikire. Kulihama baru ekyo mutere Museveni munga. Zimusende teziliza anabanja. Sente za Museveni, sente za gavumenti. Mutere Museveni munga. Era Mungu kwenda kugambira. Ambapo si Museveni waba kwenda kukora kakumukuro mutayongera mukakiriza abantu kwijjangu bali babanga bomi omusini abazini bali batusemezaamu.
Wafaidi mbalimbali wa mpango wa kimaendeleo wa Parish Development Model ulioanzishwa kwa lengo la kuwakwamua wananchi kiuchumi wameanza kutoa ushuhuda kuhusu mafanikio wanayoyapata. Mmoja wa wafaidi wa mpango huo katika wilaya ya Namisindwa anatarajia kupata faida ya shilingi milioni 10 kutoka katika shamba lake la vitunguu pindi atakapovuna. Tunayo taarifa zaidi. Nakome Moses wa kata ya Bunamulingi Parish kwenye kaunti ndogo ya Bukoko wilayani Namisindwa, aliye na shamba la vitunguu katika eneo la Mlima Elgon, ni miongoni mwa wafaidi wa mpango huo.
And they just come and buy from the garden.
Muda wowote pindi tu mavuno yatakapomalizika, Nakome Moses anatarajiwa kujipatia faida ya shilingi milioni 10 baada ya kukopa mtaji wa shilingi milioni 1 kutoka asasi ya fedha ya ushirika kama ilivyo kawaida kwa wakopaji. Kwa sasa Moses anapalilia shamba lake.
He bought a half onion, half a kilo of, that is 500 kilograms, 500 grams, that is like a half a kilo of onions at 540. That, then the remaining money he used it to buy the fertilizer.
Nakome anaarifu kuwa baada ya kukopa shilingi milioni 1 alitumia shilingi 500,000 kununua mbegu bora za vitunguu na kisha akatumia salio lililobaki kununua mbolea. Anatarajia kuvuna vitunguu baada ya mwezi mmoja tu, sambamba na matarajio yake ya kupata faida ya shilingi milioni 10.
So how much does he expect to get?
He says if there is no price fluctuation and the kilogram is at 4,000 shillings and he has almost 20,000 kilograms.
Wakati wa ziara ya ukaguzi ya hivi karibuni iliyofanyika na wafuatiliaji wa utekelezaji wa mradi huo wilayani na Misindwa, Nakome alishukuru serikali kwa kuanzisha mpango huo na kuarifu namna ulivyomsaidia kupanua shamba lake.
The RDC, but he says he was just idle thanks to PDM that helped him to come to get the money, and he invested it on this idle land because the land was just idle. The maize were not making well any profit, so that is how he thanks PDM and government for helping him to have that money, and he knows that the children are going to eat and they will go to school.
Nakome ni miongoni mwa wafaidi 170 wa mradi huo wilayani na Misindwa, kwani mradi huo mbali na kuwainua kimapato umesaidia kuongeza uhakika wa usalama wa chakula katika wilaya ya Namisindwa. Serikali ilianzisha mradi wa PDM mwaka 2022 ambako pesa za mradi huo zilitumwa moja kwa moja kwa viongozi wa kata na unawalenga 39% ya watu walio kwenye umaskini mwingi kuwaondoa katika hali hiyo. Balozi wa Pakistan nchini Mheshimiwa Muhammad Wazir Hassan ameisifu Uganda kwa kuendelea kuimarisha uhusiano kati yake na Pakistan. Aliyasema haya kupitia ujumbe wake wa pongezi wa miaka 61 ya uhuru wa taifa, ambapo wana FDC wa Naja na Nkumbi wanadai kuwa ulikuwa halali tarehe 19 Septemba na uliongozwa na mwenyekiti wa chama hicho Balozi.
Pakistan and Uganda have very close and cordial relations in every aspect. We are happy to inform you that Pakistani community have invested heavily in this country. They are one of the biggest taxpayer community and also a provider of employment to local people. Pakistan has all the positive things with Uganda, and I would like to thank the government and the people of Uganda for hosting so many Pakistani on their side. They have opened their roads and streets and markets for the Pakistani community. So their hospitality is wonderful.